We are going to call this meeting to order. Thanks everyone for being here. We're going to get started with a reverence from board member Stephanie DePhillips and a flag salute from Keith Meekum.
Our dear, kind, gracious Heavenly Father, we are so grateful to be able to come together as a community and pray that we'll be able to have a good meeting, be able to listen to each other, be able to be kind, and that we can be full of charity. And we pray especially for board member Mr. Smith and his family, that they'll be okay and they'll be able to find answers with their medical needs. And we pray for those that are traveling here, that they'll be able to do so in safety, and that as we proceed, we'll be able to do so with forward thinking, and that we can go home in safety as well. We love thee, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
If the audience will please stand and repeat with me the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Okay, tonight we have some recognitions by Jamie Kent. Jamie, I'm sorry.
All right, we're so excited. We have a bunch of teacher recognitions today. Our first one is Elise Maples, so we'll have her stand. And then Karen Cronin would like to present that one.
I would. I was at a I was at a PLC, and the teachers are all talking about Elise Maples and what a great improvement they'd seen in their students, and they inspired this, so thank you so much. It is a pleasure to recognize Elise Maples for her outstanding work at Willard Elementary. Elise joined the Willard Elementary School team mid-year, stepping into the role of functional skills resource teacher, and immediately demonstrated her belief that all students can learn and thrive. With a positive and student-centered approach, she brought increased academic rigor and expanded learning opportunities for our students with special needs. As a result of her efforts, her students experienced significant academic and social growth from January through the end of the school year. Elise's fresh, productive dedication and willingness to collaborate and grow made a noticeable impact not only in her classroom, but across the Willard Elementary School community. Her students loved her, her colleagues appreciated her professionalism, positivity, and teamwork. Her work is a testament to the difference one committed educator can make. So we just want to recognize you and present this letter. I'll let Jamie walk it over to her, if that's okay. And appreciate that.
We have 12 teachers that got their ESL endorsement. And so our assessment director, he is also over ESL, and so he wanted to present those. So we're going to let him present those. But any teachers that are here for their ESL endorsement, if you'll stand up, he's going to read your names, but go ahead and stand up.
All right. So this is the largest group that we've had participate in this so far. We invited a dozen, and we were just thrilled to see them finish this course. But we wanted to congratulate them on their hard work during the school year, doing additional professional learning. Their commitment to understanding language acquisition and learning best practices to support multilingual learners demonstrates the kind of educator every student deserves. Their efforts directly support our mission to help all students, especially those at risk, achieve at grade level or above. They're now even more equipped to provide high-quality inclusive instruction that helps English language learners thrive academically and socially. So we're so proud of them. I had wished more could have come today. Oh, there they are. But we have Jason Warner, Reggie Shaw, Heather Daly, Jill Dallin, Tyson Heaton, Z Hong, Carrie Liu, Teresa Moss, Adriana Matareff, Travis Mumford, Trina Thompson, Heidi Watson, and Valerie Yates. So.
We'll have you two come up here and shake hands with the board, and then just stand right in front of them, and we're going to take a quick picture. So, come on up.
So which one is here? Which?
Oh, this is
Adri, thank you.
And Adriana is our new Title III coach with the district. It's two? I'll get them two. Thank you.
Okay, you guys all ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. That's the best part of every meeting, our recognitions. And Karen, thanks for bringing that one to us. That was a good one. They all are good, but appreciate it. All right, we need an approval of tonight's agenda.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. Moving forward. The public comment statement is usually here.
Keith, we have the public. Yes, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people that are in open comment. Seth Hedgate, Gail Davis, Tia Rowley, Todd Jepson, Todd Flint, Janet Bass, Carol Price, Olivia Crane, Russell Case, and Jamie Poppleton. Just verifying that any of you, that you did actually sign up for general and not for the truth and taxation, if you accidentally wanted to be in the other one. Is there anybody that potentially needed moved? Okay. So our first person is Seth Hedgate, followed by Gail Davis and Tia Rowley.
Do we need to explain
Oh,
this?
yeah. She needs to review her
Do you
statement.
do you have the statement that we read each time?
It's in there, I'm sure.
It's in that
I
box.
don't, but
Sorry, I can't.
No, it's all right.
Marcy's not here.
It's okay. Thank you.
Can we explain really quickly the seats? As you'll notice, we're going to use the first, second, third, fourth seats, fifth seats over here for people who are on deck to comment.
That's during the public, that's
Yeah,
during,
we're going to, I mean, it's not necessarily right now, but just so that you are aware, we're going to have to kind of shift you around so we can keep it orderly and make sure everyone gets their opportunity.
Thank you. I'm going to read this statement. It's usually right in front of me. Our administrative assistant has been in Florida with family, and so I didn't have it right in front of me. She always takes good care of me for these meetings. The floor is open at this time for any residents of Box Elder County or staff members to address the Board of Education on items pertaining to education and/or the operation of the school district. Participants will be given the opportunity to address the board in the order in which they have signed up. Individual presentations during this segment of the meeting are restricted to a maximum of 3 minutes. A group presentation is restricted to a maximum of 6 minutes. A majority of the group must be present at the time of public comment. Group members must be listed on the public comment sign-up sheet and the opening of the comment. The board will not take final action or have discussion on items presented during public comments unless the item is already on the meeting agenda. If additional study is needed to respond adequately to the questions or comments, the resident may receive a written response. The written response may be read publicly at the next regular meeting of the board. Due to the rights of privacy of the employees of the district, the Board of Education will not discuss specific employee appointments, employment, or performance at this time. Questions and complaints or charges against particular employees are to be referred to the superintendent for action consistent with law and/or district policy. Thank you. All right.
Keith, you want to read that first one, please?
Yes, our first is Seth Hedgate, followed by Gail Davis, and then Tia Rowley.
Are any of those people present?
Okay. Who's the set? Robert, can they hear in the other room?
They can hear in the other room. It is just a little bit delayed
Okay. So Mr. Hedgate doesn't, we weren't able to verify his,
minutes ago.
Maybe we go to Todd Jepson, followed by Todd Flint, and then Janet Bass. I might add that on our tentative agenda, it does say 6:20, and I don't know if people might be delayed thinking 6:20, but for the record. The next one would be Carol Price, Olivia Crane, Russell Case. No.
We certainly want to make sure that they are not just running a few minutes behind and we're ahead of schedule, right? So could we actually, would anyone be willing to make a motion to adjust when we do this in the schedule?
I'm
Was one
Is
person
Jamie
here?
Poppleton here?
Oh, Jamie's here. I'm sorry.
Want me to go now, or would you like me to wait for everybody so everybody can hear when they?
Let's wait and do it all together, okay?
That's fine.
All right.
I move that we adjust the agenda and
Danielle, Mike?
sorry. I move that we adjust the agenda and switch information items to go on right now and public comment after information items.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, good. We will go ahead and skip to our information items. Our monthly financial report from Neil Stevens.
Awesome. One moment here. Let me bring up the item here. Is that working there, Keith? That didn't work there. Oh. Share. Share. Great. This month's financial is for what we recently completed our fiscal year. So our fiscal year goes from July 1 through June 30th. And right now we are in the process of working through our audit. And so during that audit process, there's some adjustments that were being made. There's some reserving of funds for payments that haven't been made. For example, our teacher contracts run through August. However, we owe all the money because they have a 9-month contract up front, but aren't paid till August. So we have to include that in our budget or in our financials, even though the payment has not been made yet. So there's a small adjustment that we're still making as we go through the audit process. Generally, the audit process is completed. Our financial statements are due to USBE, the State Board of Education, by October 1. So between now and October 1, we'll be finalizing all our accounts, and we'll present that to the board after it's submitted to the State Board. What I want to draw your attention to is our revenue is it's higher than we anticipated. So line 15, $136 million is what we budgeted for. It came in at about 140. Which is on par with last year's, about $140 million is what our revenue was for our operations funds. And all this information is located in our board agenda as well. As we move down, one moment here. As we move down here, we get into our different expenditures. So the majority of our money gets spent on classroom instruction at schools. So those are our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our lunch persons, all those, that's where it mostly gets spent at. And so on line 30, you see that we have a $84 million rather is our total expenditures for the year on salaries, benefits, purchasing textbooks, purchasing supplies for classrooms, buying equipment, buying computers. That's where we're at here. And we had budgeted $94 million. We had some cost savings. We had the rate for which our retirement costs went down slightly in that year, so there's some cost savings there. So as we progress through the financial statement here, we have different categories of spending. For example, student services. This is services to students. Think of counselors, speech pathologists, academic advisors, those types of staff members. And that budget was a little bit higher, actually spending was a little bit higher than we budgeted for. And moved down into instructional staff. So these are our teachers, or rather staff members who support our teachers in training, instructional support, learning coaches. And that is in line 39. And that was slightly higher, it's about $200,000 higher in expenses there than we anticipated. And we moved down into our district administration here on line 51. And that was slightly higher as well. Then we move into school administration. So that's directors in the district office who run the programs, who ensure compliance with various state and federal laws, who do trainings, who support students, who do, for example, our AP testing or end of year testing, who are in charge of all the higher level administration duties. And that one was a little bit below our budget. Our budget was $8.1 million on line 58, and it came at $7.4 million. And we move into our office support. So our business office, our accountants, our payroll staff, our HR staff. That line item came in at $1.3 million. We budgeted 1.4. We had some vacancies. We had some staff members who had left the district rather, and we had a time period where we didn't have someone in that position, so there's some cost savings there. We move into line 67, maintenance and operations. Let me get back down there 1 second here. Yes, line 67. We budgeted $13.8 million. We spent $12 million approximately. Some of that cost savings is we had some equipment that we ordered, computer equipment, that has not been delivered yet. So we haven't paid for that equipment, but it was budgeted. So that will roll into the next fiscal year, the current one we're in. Our transportation is our next line item. We budgeted $7.5 million. We spent $7.1 million. Of note, we installed a fuel dump at the Transportation North building in Tremont. We purchase our own fuel in bulk now. We no longer, for our northern routes, we no longer have to go to a Maverick or gas station to purchase fuel. We actually have a really large cost savings. And that fuel tank paid for itself in the first 4 months of operations. And after that, we were saving money. So a lot of our cost savings here is because of that fuel tank. Then I apologize, it's hard to scroll. Line 104 is our total operational budget. $137 million was our budgeted. We spent $125. A portion of that is due to items ordered or services we requested that weren't performed, but that will flow into this year's budget. The next one we have here is our school deposits, our fundraising, our school fees, our items collected, donated on behalf of the community to athletic or academic programs or extracurricular programs such as the theater or our business groups. So we thought we were going to collect $4.6 million. We collected $4.5 million. I apologize. We collected line 112. We collected $5.1 million, estimated at 4.6. We thought we were going to spend $4.6 million. We spent $4.5 million. So we have a slight surplus. A lot of that is for expenditures that we collected for in the prior fiscal year that weren't spent yet, that will be spent in the current year. Then move down to our property tax line items. So line 120 is where we collect money to service the general obligation bond. And this is by state law, we collect the amount and no more than what we are allowed to collect for the cost of that bond. So the interest, administrative fees that our bank charges us, and also the payment of the principal. And so we collected $3.7 million, line 123. We had interest paid on what we collected of $506,000. Line 135, our total payment was $3.2 million. Next is our capital fund. Line 136, it starts, and capital is where we spend money on buses, vehicles, facility upgrades, repairs and maintenance. For example, we had a building where recently the air conditioner went out. Can't buy parts for it, it's too old. We've searched high and low for parts, so we need to replace that unit. The unit's probably closer to 20 to 25 years old. That's a $50,000 expenditure. That's an example where we spend this kind of money on. This is also consistent with our capital plan, where we have a plan to repair and upgrade items throughout the year. For example, the curtains in our auditoriums are original to the buildings. We're replacing them this year, so we use these funds for those types of things. So line 179, we can see that we budgeted $14.7 million. We spent 11.1. The reason for the difference is because of construction projects that are started and not completed yet by our contractors we've hired. We've had some capacity issues of getting to all our projects that we have outlined. And so a lot of that cost savings will flow into this year as those items are completed, such as repaving parking lots, fixing concrete, moving portables around, and those kind of things. Do we have any questions so far from the board? No? Okay. Lastly here, we have our foundation fund. Line 208, our total revenue was estimated to be $350,000. Our actual revenue was $497,000. This is a result of increased collections or increased donations to our foundation. 100% of the funds used in the foundation are used on foundation-supported projects, and such as we support teachers in special projects in the classrooms. We also allow them to request items needed in the classrooms, equipment needed for the classrooms, such as special science equipment, and 100% of the revenue generated goes to those types of projects. And that concludes my financial presentation. Do we have any questions from the board? Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Neil. We appreciate that each month. Any board committee reports? It's summertime, so I don't think our board committees are too busy, but does anyone have anything to report from those? We good? And now it is 6:26, so we'll go back to public comment. Keith, if you would just start at the top of that list again, and we'll make sure those people, hopefully they're here.
So let's just do the top three again. Seth Headgate, then Gail Davis, then Tia Rowley. Okay, we'll
Maybe
go.
ask them to stand when their
Oh,
names are
yeah,
called so
I
that they
guess.
can, whichever room they're in.
Yeah, if you could please stand if you're in another room, and then.
Come in.
They need to come in.
Yeah, they need to come in if their name is called.
Yeah, if you could come in and into the room by chance. Jamie, do you want to poke your head at?
I sent you a list, Jamie, of who, okay.
Maybe so. If they come in, we'll ask. Thank you for your patience. Those of you who are here, the district has worked really hard. Our administrators have worked really hard to make this accessible to everyone and anyone who wanted to comment, and So it'll be good to kind of get the kinks worked out with these first few during public comment, so that hopefully it goes very smoothly for the hearing comments. So thank you for your patience. We just want to make sure everyone that is here to be heard is heard, so has the opportunity. Do you want to read those next
Yep,
few?
the next three will be Todd Jepson, Todd Flint, and Janet Bass.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Right. I think, and
We do
Jamie's
have,
probably asking.
it looks like,
I know Jamie Poppleton's here too.
okay.
No one yet, Jamie?
Carol Price, Olivia Crane, and Russell Case.
Wondering if some of these individuals thought they signed up to speak at 7, and
Yeah,
they're
probably.
maybe
Probably.
still trying to get here.
Yeah.
That brings us to Jamie Poppleton.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie. That's you.
I'm Jamie Poppleton, Tremont resident. I just would like to say one thing. It was nice to be able to come and watch and look at the financial statement that Board Member Stevens just went over with everybody. However, I try to find it online, and I'm not sure where we as residents and taxpayers can actually look at that on a monthly basis without having to attend a meeting or, so we can, if we have to do Zoom, I just don't know if that's an option or if that's not something that is available to the public. I'm just kind of curious if.
It's part of our board agenda, and all the documents are available online on our website. So every agenda item we have has supporting documentation that goes with that, and this is a link on there that we can access.
So it's under agenda, not
Yeah.
under any other
Keith,
specific.
can you help navigate to?
Yeah,
what the
because if you
school board
Google
is?
it and I Google like board,
It's kind of hard. It won't
financials, it's hard.
Yeah, it won't show up there because there's a document inside there. Keith, can you go to the board section of our
That would be
website?
great. I mean, that's all I wanted to know. So if I sit down, everybody can see.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jamie. That's a good question.
School board on the main page
Yeah.
there up at the top.
And go over to board minutes. Scroll down some. I believe it shows them. Yeah, right there. So go to the last one, Keith. July 9th. Click on the agenda there. And there has all our items here. So if you scroll down that list, there will be in the information section the board financials.
Usually he's the very last one to go, so it's at the end.
Right there.
Okay, we're moving on to our policy review. And before, well,
Oh.
Go ahead.
I see what you did. Okay. No, you moved them down. I'm like, oh, we're good.
on policy, if I may, Brian sent a text and asked me to point out, and if you want to go to policy 1090. The rules of order. He asked that the word permitted on C, all debate and comments will be permitted rather than allowed, with reasonable time. Let's see. Oh, he wanted it put in permitted with reasonable time allowed for comments from each board member. Added to that. So I guess we would need a motion to include that if everyone's comfortable with that, which I am.
I motion we approve the change recommended by Board Member Smith into policy 1090.
I'm good with that. Do we want to just do both of them at the same time?
Sure.
I did have one comment on the other one, the needed educator adjustment. The page numbers are wrong, page 1 of 1, and then it says page 2 of 1, and then there's not a page number on the third one. So it just needs to be updated.
I think when I think when Marcy puts those in, there's something in the software that updates those correctly. So, but we'll double check to make sure.
Okay.
So do we have a motion that would include both of those?
If Danielle wants to change your motion, I'll change.
I motion we incorporate the changes recommended by Board Member Smith and Board Member Cronin into the policies for first reading.
And my second will stand.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. That motion passes. Thank you very much. We're going to move now to suggestions for future board meetings. Does anyone have something they'd like to get on the list? Okay. And consent items now. We need a motion for those.
There's a couple of things on the July 9th. Actually, it was the June 11th. It had me voting, but I had to leave at 10:15. So,
Is this on the minutes?
yeah, this is on the minutes. So I stayed through all of the action items, but I left at the point where we had the presentation by our nurse, nurse practitioner.
Rachel, Mrs. Lott?
Yeah, she was virtual. And I had to leave at that point because I had to catch a flight the next morning early. And so everything after that, it still has me voting, but I wasn't here.
I can't remember, so
So
I
I'm
take
just-
your word for it.
Yeah, I'm just saying I wasn't
Okay.
here, so
So from the information items on, is that what you're saying?
we went into closed session. We
You'd
did.
have voted on consent agenda, those types of things?
No, I didn't. I had to leave.
I'm saying it had you down.
Yeah, it had me down, and
Tell me again where at what point you left, and I can work with Marcy.
okay, so I voted on the TSA plans, and then it went to information items. It went to data review for instructions for help, and that's when I had to leave. So everything after that, I did not vote on because
On June 9th.
11th, June 11th, because I was not here.
Thank you. Like I said, I'm clueless. I don't know when you left and when you're, so.
So just to make sure that they're accurate.
All right, anything else on consent items?
With that, I will make a
Hey,
motion.
I'm sorry.
It's
Did you-
July
did
9th.
you
It's
cut- is it
July 11th.
July 9th or June 11th?
June
June
11th.
June 11th.
June
That's what we thought
11th.
we heard. We just wanted to verify. Thank you.
It's the June 11th one. So with that, with those changes, I will make a motion to approve the consent items.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes.
Oh, can I add one more thing? Sorry. I forgot. There's a sentence in the July one, or maybe it's the June one, that said something about discussion. It was an incomplete sentence under, we can just take it out. It was an incomplete sentence under board reports, and it said something about the Boys and Girls Club, and then there was nothing else.
Which meeting was this then?
June 11th.
Which page is it on, Karen?
I will see if I can get there quickly again. So sorry. It's on, I think, page 9 of 12. Board committee reports. Boys and Girls Club dinner will be held on, and then there's nothing there. And I wasn't here, so I couldn't provide the date, so we can just take it out.
All right, do we need to have another motion to approve that?
Sorry, I
now?
forgot that.
That's okay, that's all right.
I'll move that we make that a change in the minutes as well.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Seeing that we have accomplished everything on the regular board meeting schedule, we are adjourned. Now, this is new to me, so please be patient with me, but that means we have about 20 minutes prior to the hearing starting. So we'll be back in 20 minutes for the Truth and Taxation hearing. Okay?
I think I might just add, if any of you are wanting to participate in the Truth and Taxation hearing and you have not signed up, just out here in the hallway, we have folks that can help you just sign up digitally. If you've already done it, just sit pat and everything will be good. But if you needed to, now's the time you can do that.
Is there a way to verify if when we signed up, it actually went? You can come ask, I can look it up if you'd like to.
Do you have a file that you can share with the board members so we will see who signed up?
Why don't we go find, we can go find a different chair.
So we have sign up for comment.
Because there might be another chair in the office. I'll go ask.
Listen. That's what they say. I'm not responding. I'm not trying to convince them.
Did you get my text?
I did, and I read we approved your addition to
it?
that.
Okay, good, thank you.
And your daughter was mentioned in the prayer.
Oh, well, good, thank you.
Not specifically, just that your family. What's with your chair? We gotta get
I
you up.
can't
Is it
adjust
broken?
it up. Yeah, I can't adjust it up.
We should get that changed for you. So is she okay?
So, my wife was at a war dinner we were having, and I got home and she told me that she's having stomach pain, so we took her in and had her get an x-ray to start feeling a little better. So I came home and my wife came back down, so that's why I think we'll come. But yeah, we don't know what's going on. No, I don't think so. No. Yeah, she's having stomach pains today, and she's been having them off and on. And the doctor said as soon as she has stomach pains, take her to the hospital and get her x-rayed. So that's what because my wife was at a war dinner, and so I ran her to the hospital to get her x-rayed. She started feeling a little better, so I took her home. My wife came home. So yeah, now the doctor will be able to see if there's anything going on. We don't know.
Sorry. I'm glad you made it.
Yeah, we don't know what's going on. She's had these stomach pains off and on. And so the doctor gave her an x-ray order. As soon as she's feeling stomach pains, that's what it is.
Welcome, everyone. We're going to start now at 7 o'clock. We're going to start our meeting, and thank you for being here and being ready to start on time. We appreciate it. This meeting is going to start, first of all, with a presentation of the proposed 2025 tax rate, and our business administrator, Mr. Neil Stevens, will present that to us. After that presentation, we will have the public hearing on the proposed 2025 tax rate. Tonight, we are only voting on that specific item, the 2025 tax rate. And so we're glad you're all here. Like I stated before, the district, our leadership team and district personnel have really worked hard to streamline this, to use our time wisely, right, and get everyone who's here to say something a chance to do that. I will read that same statement that I read previously, just to remind us of how things work with public comment in this hearing prior to the public comment. After that, we will have a board discussion on the matter and move forward with the agenda after that. All right? Okay. So Neil, we'll turn some time over to you.
Okay. Okay. All right, welcome to our proposed fiscal year 26 budget presentation. So some of the changes highlighted for this year's budget are compensation to staff has increased. So 2.19% of the compensation is by contractual obligations, meaning employment contracts that we have agreed to with our various employee groups requires a certain increase in compensation yearly if they meet certain requirements and are successful in their employee evaluations. And that results in approximately 2.19% increase. Additionally, we approved earlier a 2% increase for employee compensation. That was all paid with new revenue from state and local and federal revenue sources given to us in this current fiscal year. And then we're proposing the additional 2% increase for tonight's actions. Additionally, as a result of our expanding our 2 high schools, we have architectural and construction consulting services and also purchasing items for those schools such as tables, desks, chairs, computers, kitchen equipment, all those things, about $4.6 million. Now that's being reserved in this year's budget. It will not be all spent in this year. Those services are owed over the period of the next 24 months. Additionally, in order to construct these schools, we must borrow approximately $120 million. And what we would call the principal interest, or otherwise known as the mortgage on this, is approximately $9.3 million per year, ongoing for 20 years. That is the best cost right now we have. Now that $9.3 million is contingent upon interest rates remaining somewhat constant throughout the period. Oh. So you want to, let's see here. How do we do this here, Keith? They're not seeing it in there. Well, it looks like they are, actually.
Can we also, as board members, get the presentation?
Yes. In addition to the proposed construction increases. Oh.
How are they going to get it? We're going to email them that presentation so they can see it on the screens?
Yeah, it's not as an attachment, so I was just wondering if we could get it so we could see it here rather than have to look back.
Yes, one moment, please. I will. I had to convert it to a PDF. It's too large to email, but I just now sent it, so it should be coming forth. Yes. Now, Keith, I put this in presentation mode, but it's not changing up there. Because this screen has all the Zoom participants on there as well. Okay. All right. So let's pick up where we left off. We talked about the $9.3 million needed to fund the construction of new schools and expansion, new school, a elementary school in West Tremont, and the expansion of the 2 high schools. Next is we added about 10% for increased utility costs. A couple years ago, about 18 months ago, we finished updating some buildings with air conditioning with some federal funds received as part of the COVID relief funds. That has a significant increase in our energy usage, particularly electricity. Rocky Mountain Power also proposed a 10% increase in rates. And so we added about 10% to our utility budget for those purposes. Now let's talk about our fund balances. So coming into the year, in our maintenance operation fund, we have about $20 million. That represents about 6 weeks of expenditures. In a previous meeting here, I presented how last year's expenditures in maintenance operations were about $125 million. Our payroll, just our payroll alone, is close to $8 million per month. And then adding utility costs and other expenses that we incur, such as purchasing the equipment, computers, things need, supplies for classroom instruction. This $20 million represents 6 weeks of operations. If we would go back to the COVID years, 2020, income was uncertain. How much income we receive in tax increases. And so it's essential that we maintain a reserve fund for operations should we lose funds. Another example of that is this year, the Department of Education at the federal level withheld for Utah about $40 million. For our school district, that was a...
The meeting started here virtually, and I can't hear anybody in person there speaking.
Hold on a second, the meeting has started, but I'm not sure why you're not hearing it. Thank you for letting us know.
Yep, I can hear you now, thank you.
Okay. So that cut in federal funding this year was going to impact us by, hold on, how did I get unmuted here? Do you hear the echo?
That's, I think, the other person's computer.
Can you mute them?
You're the host now.
Ugh. Okay, that's better. I apologize. Someone else is still unmuted here. Okay. So as I was saying, the impact to our district budget for those cuts that they proposed this year was $500,000. So what I'm pointing out here is that oftentimes our other revenue sources are volatile and go up and down, and we have to be able to have a rainy day fund to fall back on to fulfill our obligations here as a school district to provide instruction to students. And the recommendation from most industry sources, including our own state auditor's office, is that we have about 25% of our operational costs in a savings account or reserve fund. Right now we have 12%. So although $20 million seems like a lot, it lasts us 6 weeks if we didn't have any more income. So that's why it's essential that we have these funds available. Our school activity fund. This comprises of school fees, donations to the school district for various purposes, oftentimes are restricted. Also fundraising for school clubs or athletic teams. Oftentimes this money is going to get spent over the next year. And so this is not money we can spend for whatever or use in operations. It's restricted to that purpose for which it was fundraised for. Our next one is our debt service. We have $8.5 million in that fund. A portion of this money is left over from when we refinanced the bond in 2015. I apologize, that's before my time here. I'm trying to remember dates. But in 2015, we refinanced the bond. We were paying close to $9 million a year on that bond. And we refinanced it. It took us down to about $3.3 million annual cost. So it was a huge cost savings to us. And so the savings in that year, plus the interest that has been earning over time, has built up. Now these funds will be used going forward to finance the technology needs of the district. For example, there's a school safety bill that requires security cameras in every building and other safety devices such as fire alarms and communication equipment that are very expensive. We'll be using this $8.5 million to fulfill those requirements. The legislature declined to provide financing, provide funding for those requirements they imposed on us. It's what we call an unfunded mandate. They gave us a list of things we're supposed to do, but they needed us money to do them. So we're using this money that we already have available for those purposes. Next is our capital fund. We have $22 million in there. And as explained in the previous meeting, if you were here, this is what we use to repair buildings, make unforeseen repairs. We had a school that their air conditioning unit broke. It's original to the building, probably 25 years old. There's not parts for it. We can't find parts for it. We have to replace that. This is a savings account for those unforeseen costs of infrastructure that we need. A few years ago, we had a sewer main break under a building, and we had to go in and fix. Very costly. We use that fund for these purposes. Repaving parking lots, fixing anything that may break, or for vandalism, whatever, we use the money for this. And our last one is food service. So this is our school lunch program. Funds in this category are only used for school lunch. They're restricted by the state and also by the federal government for which we receive these funds. A lot of this money is left over from COVID era. They increased reimbursement rates that allowed us to a rate that we build a savings account. We'll use these funds to provide or purchase new equipment when needed, also to put new equipment in the new schools or the high schools that allows us not to have to rely on our capital funds or maintenance operation funds, and we'll be able to buy the equipment from that purpose. So there won't be additional costs for those equipment to the taxpayers. We have any questions so far? Okay. So we had a variety of new expenditures come up this year. We have 4 elementary assistant principals that previously were not budgeted in previous years that added $420,000. We had 2 high school academic advisors. What happened here is that we lost funding. The legislature cut funding for a program. We still need these students, these services. These services provide academic counseling for juniors and seniors going into the workforce or going into college or trade schools. We feel it's a very valuable service for our students, so we decided that we need to fund that from out of our own budgets rather than cut the program. We also needed 1.5 full-time equivalent employees, so a half-time employee plus a full employee for our school counselors. It's required by state law. We were below the threshold, and so we need to add positions for that. Health insurance premium increases went up about $150,000 this year. Probably the lowest increase of anybody in the state, but we still need to fund that. So additional cost here. SEL curriculum, social emotional learning curriculum, helps with our students, teaching them proper behaviors, teaching them social skills. That's about $135,000 a year. Previously, we didn't have that curriculum available. We also added.
Is that required by the state?
It's not required by the state, but it's a best practice. Next, we added the one human resource position in our district office. We're understaffed in this position severely, and we had many employees working lots of overtime hours, and we needed to have additional staff in that area to take care of the workload. Workers' compensation insurance, mandatory expense, went up by $30,000 this year. Total new expenditures was $1.245 million. Now let's move into program cuts. What did we lose this year? Well, our CTE student organizations lost $58,000. That's our, CTE stands for Career Technical Education. It's our robotics teams, it's our agriculture clubs, it's our business clubs. It's all those experiences those students get to have, we lost funding for. We had a mental health grant that we lost $75,000 for. Additionally, special education lost $78,000 in funding. Our Career Technical Education Administration, so the program director who's in charge of ensuring we're compliant with state law, ensuring that we're delivering student outcomes and managing the program, that grant that pays for those services was cut by $67,000. We lost $20,000 in teacher supply money. School fees, we elected this year not to charge registration fees. And so by not charging registration fees, registration fees go towards class supplies in those areas. Think about your pottery class, the clay for pottery, or your sculpting class, the tools for sculpting. This is what that pays for. But by not charging families for that, we lost $800,000 in revenue that we had collected in previous years. So that's a decrease of $1 million in total funding that we lost. Coupled with the $1.2 million of new expenses, we went backwards essentially by $2.2 million.
Neil, will you just briefly explain why we lost, or why that $800,000 to school fees? There's more to that than
The state law.
So the state law changed. State law said we had to charge a school fee based on each course rather than a generic fee. So we were charging, I think, Keith, was it $25 per student for registration fee?
That would be at our sixth grade schools. It went up to $91 for high school kids.
So we had a graduated level that we charged for. We're no longer charging for that because the state law changed and says we cannot charge for that. And so rather than making it more complex for parents to figuring out based on what class my student's taking, how much it is going to cost me, we elected not to charge that to the families. And so now that is a loss of income to pay for school supplies, classroom supplies, equipment in those areas. Did that answer your question? Okay. So this graph here, and we're shifting here into historical information. What we can see here over time, the WPU value, which is how the state funds us, they say here's a value per student you're going to get. And they multiply that by how many units or number of students we have in certain areas of the program calculation. And versus inflation, prior to 2020, or 2019, we were receiving more funds than an inflationary rate. But also what was happening during this period, from about, I want to say 2018 and on, there has been a war for teachers. Teacher salaries, there's been a war for teachers because we were having teacher shortages. And so districts across the state were raising rates every year to be competitive for teachers. 2018, the average starting teacher rate was probably closer around $40,000 per year, statewide. And we were lower than that because of our location and locale. We always been lower. And now we're over $60,000 per year for a starting teacher. So a teacher has a bachelor's degree, right out of college, has done their student teaching. This is what they will earn. And so we've been receiving some more money, but the cost of educators went up astronomically. And so it's put a lot of pressure on local districts and their funding sources to be able to continue operations without raising taxes. Now in this time period between 2017 and 2025, including this year, we have raised taxes three times. We raised in 2017 for teacher salary increases, raised in 2023 for teacher salary increases, and again this year. This year's increase is the lowest increase for teacher salary increases that we have requested in the past 10 years. That's because the rate of inflation, as depicted on this graph here, if you look in 21, 23, and 24, the inflation rate far exceeds what they're giving us in increases for teacher salaries or for funding overall. So it leaves us at a disadvantage where our costs are increasing so fast that we cannot keep up. We have to raise local property taxes to maintain operations. Any questions? Okay. This chart just shows the historical WPU value. This coming year is going to increase by about $180 per student. However, the legislature did some interesting changes to funding models, and it went from being funded on a per pupil basis to moving things to flat funding. They're giving us a bulk amount in certain areas. So as it appears that we're getting 180, it's about a 6% increase per student, but they took away in other areas. And so we're not getting the increase as it appears to be. Certain areas were removed, as we demonstrated, we have close to $1 million in cuts this year that were unfunded. This is important. An important point here to understand is that the relationship between income tax, the basic school levy, and the WPU value. So our two main sources from state funding, our one main source of state funding is income tax. The state constitution earmarks income tax for education and for funding programs for disabled individuals. So as they cut the income tax rate, it cuts the available revenue to programs. So the income tax rate has been going down steadily since 2017. It was at 5% there. This year we're at 4.55. But as they've been decreasing the income tax rate, they increase the basic school levy. So in exchange for us receiving state money, they say we have to, as a local entity, tax minimum amount for property taxes. And it's not a rate, it's a value amount. And that is represented in the green line. So in 2017, that value was $7 million per year required to collect.
Dark or light green?
The light green. It started at $7 million per year. And it shot up 15% the next year, and it came down a little bit in 19 and 20 and 21. Then it shot up again in 22. And came down a little bit, we're talking percentage changes here, in 23. And then 25 went up again. Between 2017 and 2025, that minimum taxing rate has gone from $7 million per year to $11 million per year. So in about 8 years, it's increased $5 million that they required for us to tax on our property taxes before we get any state money. So they've shifted, they've raised the WPU value, but they shifted a lot of our burden locally in order to receive state revenue. And at the same time, they're decreasing income tax rates, results in less funds available for education. So essentially, they're saying, hey, we're going to, on one side, we're going to decrease your income tax, but on the other side, we're going to increase your property tax. And so, in an effort to do that, it puts more pressure on local districts and local counties to collect those funds needed for operations from property taxes. Any questions here? No, okay. So here's uncollected property taxes. So we have had a series of property taxes that go uncollected. Over the years, 2017, 2018, we had a collection rate of 97%. We're down now below 95% collection rate. And this is based on different years. But cumulatively right now, as of today, there are more than $5 million of uncollected property taxes in the county owed to the school district. Now, it's a county function. I'm not putting this on them, but they collect the taxes. They have enforcement mechanisms. But ultimately, we don't receive our revenue until the county receives it in property tax collections. So this is an area where, as our rate goes down of collections, the property taxes must go up on the other residents who are paying them. So essentially, the good apples have to pay for the bad apples actions here. This is just a quick graph that shows the different property tax values across the state. We're at about an $8 billion valuation. We have 12,000 students. Logan City has about 5,000 students, but has a $5,100 billion valuation. Their ratio of students to property tax valuation is much higher than ours. We have a lot of vacant land in the county. We have a lot of farmland. Farmland produces, on a property tax, 1% of what a residential property would or a commercial property. So the more farmland you have in the county, the more pressure it puts on commercial and residents to make up for that lack of income for property tax purposes. Questions here? No, okay. The county has several property tax relief options. I'll highlight a few of the more well-known ones. Seniors over 65 are entitled to property tax relief, whether it be a complete relief and cancellation of your property tax or a partial relief and you pay over time. They also have for people who are disabled. One of the things is if you are determined disabled by the VA at least 10% rate, they will abate your property tax or remove your property tax obligations. So the county has several options for those. They manage those options. This is a QR code that will link to that. If anyone has requests, the county can help us with that. So let's go over our state funding real quick here. WP value went up 4%. In the purple here, we will see that they increased total funding by $648 million, but only 231 of that was ongoing money, meaning next year we won't see any more money after that. So $417 million of that was for one-time programs. Those aren't things we can count on to pay for salaries, to pay for benefits, to pay for all our staff members. That's just one-time special project money, and it goes away. So it's not money you can count on to budget in future years. That's probably the biggest caveat of this year's budget from the state, is it's a lot of one-time money. So we got $648 million in new funds. They created 41 new rules. They created 10 new programs, 15 new reports. So in exchange for this money, or sometimes temporary money, they put a lot more administrative burden on the school districts to support those programs. That's really important because it either requires new staff members or it requires a lot more workload on our existing staff members. So we talked about one-time programs. So they create a Catalyst Center. So this is a trade center to create programs to help students in different trades and learn new skills. A lot of it's geared towards technology. $65 million one-time grant, statewide, for all districts across the state to share in. Not a lot of money. They gave teachers a one-time bonus, cost them $77 million for one time, not ongoing. School safety needs. So that school safety bill I mentioned earlier, they have all these unfunded mandates. They said, well, we'll give $25 million to the entire state to fund this, to use it for this, but it's one-time money. So a lot of the funds we get aren't helpful as far as maintaining operations long-term. Legislature loves to pass new laws. And so last year, they passed 57% of the laws they proposed for education passed. That imposes new requirements on us, that imposes new reports. Oftentimes, it does not come with new funding. So our next slide will demonstrate that. So 60% of our new requirements do not have funding attached to them. Whether it's new reports, new ways that we have to teach, new requirements to the classroom, new things we need to update for our buildings, 60% of that doesn't give any funding. So that shifts the funding over to the local level. Property taxes is where it has to come from. We can't, so the state puts a requirement on us, we have to fund it somehow, and oftentimes the answer is the property taxes. So this, I'll also pause here. Any questions so far? Okay. This is just a summary of what our estimated budgets are. You'll notice in the section A, in the first red mark, professional staff. That's for us to use to pay for our increased staffing costs, contractual raises, increased benefits, increased insurance. They moved it from what we call the WPU line, meaning funded per student, to a base funding amount. And that will stay flat it will never increase anymore unless they decide to. It's not tied to a statutory formula. So by doing that, we lose ongoing increases every year. It won't be adjusted for inflation. They have to actually take, and generally when they do this, it's kind of like a death knell. When they move it from the top line of the programs, the basic program, they move it down below the line we call, generally that program dies in the next couple of years. And so it's a worry of ours is, are we going to be losing more funding through this gamesmanship of them? And so in our basic program, we lost about $1.5 million. In the K-12 line, the first line, it shows we gained $2 million. That's just an estimate. Last year, it showed the same thing, and when they do the mid-year update, when they bring in the student counts from the prior year after been validated, update their formulas, we actually went backwards. We went from a $2 million gain to a $1.2 million gain, so we lost $800,000 in funding. So these are just estimates we're basing on, and oftentimes those go backwards. And a lot of these programs, they haven't produced us a budget. They often work on that, different funding sources throughout the summer and early fall. So it makes it hard for us to determine how much money we're going to get in these other areas. However, as you can see here in the second red highlighted, we lost $20,000 in teacher supply money. We lost $35,000 in student counseling and health support money. So there are cuts throughout the state budget that really impact our operations. And oftentimes, if we don't have other ongoing funding sources to support those, we either have to cut programs, cut staff, or the alternate is to raise property taxes to make up for the shortfall. And funding is always a year behind. We're using, in our fiscal year 25, those student numbers and those population counts to fund what happens this year. And so it often is very lagging. And that's why you'll see a lot of times where pulling money from prior years to pay for current year expenses. The last area here is our voted and board. So in exchange for us taxing at certain rates on property taxes, the legislature will provide us with additional funding. And in this area, we lost $484,000. So almost $500,000 in funding in this area that can be used to support whatever happens in our district. It's unrestricted money, went away. Do we have any questions so far? Okay. So our last area, and I wanted to highlight this has been talked about in other areas, but I wanted to talk about our debt payment schedule. So we have 2 outstanding loans on buildings, plus the bond that we used to remodel the schools back in 2008. That bond money is falling off in 2030. So in 2029, there's a half payment of $1.6 billion. And in 2030, that falls off. The bond money is done by general obligation bond. And when that happens, it's by the vote of the people. After that is paid off, that creates a de facto tax decrease. So in 2030, there'll be a $3.3 million tax collection decrease countywide. On the average home, it's about $178 a year, countywide. Additionally, in 2030, we have some development agreements. Procter & Gamble is one of them, where we said we believe that if you forego your taxes, if you forego collecting property taxes in these years, you will bring this development in, you bring a factory in, you build a commercial building, you bring jobs to the community. And we've entered into those throughout these years. In 2030, we have about $3 million of those agreements falling off the books, meaning we'll receive $3 million more income in 2030. Additionally, all of our school loans will be paid off as well. We're paying currently $1.6 million for Golden Spike. That will fall off in 2031. The Fielding school that was built next year's, this year's our last payment for $15,000. Cumulatively, when all these things fall off, our combined debt payments drop on the cost per average household to about $6.95 on average for the life of the proposed construction loan. So I want to highlight the long-term average cost of us building schools. Does the board have any questions?
So by 2030 or 2031, the revenue from the agreements and the mortgages or bonds that are falling off was that like about $6 million
Yes, $6 million swing.
that comes off of tax of residents or businesses
Correct.
burden?
Yes.
Did I say that right? Okay, thank you.
The CRA, we don't give them those breaks. That's from the county. Is that right? We aren't part of that
The
discussion.
county is the organizer. Right? So, for example, we have the Brigham City Redevelopment Agency. They put together the agreements. We vote as a board whether to participate in that agreement or not, and to what extent we'll participate and for how long. So we're not the administrator of those agreements. We can vote to participate or not participate in those agreements. In the past, we've done both, participated and not participated in certain areas.
Does that,
You're,
so CRA, so the county is one, the inland port, is that a separate line or is that combined?
that's completely different.
Okay.
The inland port is a state agency that was created by legislative action, I want to say probably the 2020 era. And they have taxing ability. If the counties and cities in the area agree to create the inland port area, they then create incentives for businesses to come into the area. They take 75% of all new property tax revenue to be used to create roads and infrastructure or provide development incentives to particular developers. Probably the most famous one in our area is Inland Port. That's how, sorry, not Inland Port, Lakeshore Learning is how Lakeshore Learning came to be, was through the Inland Port in that taxing ability.
Just a comment. I think Mr. Stevens has done a great job explaining some of the things that have happened in the last several years. One of the comments he did make was that 4, 5, 6 years ago is when the salary wars with teachers and employees really revved up. And the legislature in the last 4 or 5 years, because of our booming economy, and many of the people believe our booming economy was based on such a great public education system.
Can't hear you virtually anymore.
I would like to suggest to the virtual group to go to the YouTube to watch this, because the Zoom is for making public comment.
Okay, were you able to hear that? The virtual people who are watching, go to the YouTube to be able to watch this. The Zoom is lined up to make comment.
Yes, I'm waiting for my turn to make a public comment. Thank you.
Okay. However, try to catch back up to where I was. Starting about 5 years ago, the legislature has done a really good job in providing us with more money. But that money has been used up mostly in that salary wars. So in the last 4 or 5 years, we're receiving about a little more than $30 million more than we used to be receiving. But each year, as salaries have gone up, that $40,000 that Mr. Stevens mentioned up to $60,000 starting salaries, plus that's just the starting salaries, the whole salary extends out, that has used up that $30 million. I know it sounds an incredible amount of money, and I think you'll hear it later tonight, that in order to give a cost of living adjustment to all of the employees in Box Elder School District, which is 1,700 plus, it costs about $1 million to make that happen. And so out of fairness, just wanted to make sure that people know that we have received that money. But while we've received that money in the WPU, there has been, as Mr. Stevens has said, other money that kind of has gone away that makes the value of that $30+ million not quite that $30 million. Plus, it ended up being used mostly in salaries and benefits. So I hope, Mr. Stevens, you can verify what I've said there.
That is all correct. I will also add that the state legislature nor the federal funds provide funds to be used for construction of buildings. That is entirely borne upon the taxpayers in the counties through property taxes. And that concludes my presentation.
Can I, Neil, just clarify? So this cost to the average home over the next how many years are there? 20 years.
20 years, yes.
Would be is that contingent on the tax rate, our district voted tax rate remaining the same, or?
Yeah, that's for flat funding. I make no assumptions of tax rates going up or down or property values increasing. That's just for the values and rates we have today.
The rates we have today or the rates we're proposing?
The ones
today?
we're proposing, because if we don't pass what we propose today, we will be no construction of buildings. We
Right.
don't have the funds to construct buildings.
Right. Okay.
So
And
on the, oh, sorry, Karen, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and that also is based on no new buildings in the future. So if there's new buildings, new construction, then that doesn't go down.
Yes, every new, especially commercial building that comes in our county reduces the burden on residential taxpayers.
I was meaning buildings within the school district, so.
Well, in our county, countywide.
So, if we have any new buildings within the school district, if the school builds new buildings, then that rate doesn't go down. If there's new projects,
That would be correct. We have some capital funds to do small projects, but not enough to build a brand-new school.
But any new projects would have to be through general obligation bond or truth in taxation again,
That is correct.
right?
Well, we have funds to add on to existing buildings for small amounts.
Yes.
Not a high school or middle school or junior high. We're talking elementary schools, like 10, 12 classrooms at most.
Okay. So if our evaluation as a county stayed at 8 billion, that's what this column on the right that goes down to 274, and that's per month, would go down to by 2031?
Yes.
Okay. But if the new growth happens, it would go down even further?
Further,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
All right, are there any more questions for Mr. Stevens from the board? Thank you for all of that information. I wondered if these slides could be made available?
Yeah, we'll add them to the agenda so they're available.
Great, so they'll be linked in like the other?
Yes, they will be.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your work on that. All right, we're going to move to the public hearing portion of our meeting tonight. I just want to reiterate that I appreciate this important part of this process, and I appreciate the interest that is here tonight. The floor is open at this time for any residents of Box Elder County or staff members to address the Board of Education on items pertaining to education and/or the operation of the school district. Specifically tonight, obviously, truth in taxation. Participants will be given the opportunity to address the board in the order in which they have signed up. Individual presentations during this segment of the meeting are restricted to a maximum of 3 minutes. Group presentations are restricted to a maximum of 6 minutes. A majority of the group must be present at the time of public comment. Group members must be listed on the public comment sign-up sheet and the opening of the comment. Oftentimes during public comment, we try to be lenient with that 3-minute time frame and let people finish their thoughts. Tonight, just to be respectful to everyone's time that has come to say something, we will keep everyone at 3 minutes. The mics on our virtual will be turned off, so virtually you will not be able to be heard after 3 minutes. And I don't want to be rude to anyone, or let's be respectful of that time frame. The board will not take final action during this discussion. Due to the rights of privacy of employees, obviously we're not here to talk about employees, or we are just here specifically to talk about the tax increase, the proposal for that. Is there anything I need to add to that? Okay, all right. We'll get started, and I don't have the list in front of me, so I'm going to rely on our leadership team and district personnel to help people in. We already have some people. We're a baseball family, so it looks just to me like you're on deck, right? Anyway, So I'll leave that up to
Thank
you
you,
guys.
everybody, for being here. It is awesome to see this kind of participation for a county that's as awesome as Box Elder School District, Box Elder County as a whole. So thank you. We'll do the very best. Please be patient. If for some reason technology or anything doesn't quite work, we're doing our very best.
Keith, can I interrupt just for a
Yes.
second? Do we need a motion to go into this session?
This has been this whole meeting's the hearing session.
So we don't need a motion? Okay, all right.
So first up, Olivia Crane. So over here on the west side of this room, in the main room, we have Olivia Crane, Chad Curl, Lana Fonsbeck, Stephen Pocock, and Tom Peterson. So those would be our first five, and Olivia, you're up.
Hello, I had no idea I'd be going first, so this is crazy, but I'm so happy to be here. My voice is kind of gone, so I apologize. So hello, members of the school board. My name is Olivia Crane, and I am the student body president this year of Box Elder High School. I'm very excited to be here, as I said, in front of you all, and to be able to express my gratitude for what you are trying to do and all that you have advocated for. I signed up for the public comment because despite doing some reading up on the truth and taxation, I'm still not the most knowledgeable about it. But I would still like to thank you for thank those of you who are planning on voting yes. Any positive change in schools is good for the students in them. From what I know, if this passes, our teachers will get an increase in pay. I have had so many good teachers over the last 11 years of going to school. I have been influenced by all of them, and I know my life has been changed for the better because of them. I want all kids coming into our schools in our district to be able to have as good of teachers as I have had. And I know that this truth in taxation will help keep our good teachers and help bring in more great teachers into our district. I went to Foothill Elementary, which is was one of the oldest schools in our district. And despite this, I still had amazing teachers. I was blessed. But I'm grateful that this truth in taxation will make improvements and changes to the elementary schools. Just in the area that I live in Brigham City, there are so many new houses coming in. And I am grateful for this chance for them to have more space as they come into these schools. And I'm sure the teachers working in the schools will be grateful for the added room to help teach and do what they need to. So I just want to say thank you again. Thank you for standing up for change. And I'm grateful for all the people who are here today. This obviously shows that it's going to be a hard decision. It impacts a lot of people. So thank you for being here, and thank you for making the hard choice, because it'll be a hard one, but we're grateful for you all. So thank you.
Is Chad Curl? Oh, if you'll go first, I'm sorry, and then Lana, I apologize.
Many people don't come to comment because, let's face it for what it is, meaningless. Even if there are many opposing views, it doesn't matter because you are just checking the box for legal reasons, as most of you have probably already made up your mind on how you're voting, regardless of what we say. I'm not opposing the $8 per month increase for our teachers because I believe everyone, with exception to possibly those on a fixed income, would be in favor of that. We are here because you have lost the people's trust with all the misleading, shading truths, such as previously stating that we have air conditioning in all secondary schools, which isn't entirely true since there are still areas that don't have AC, which should have been done already. I invite you to spend the first week of school and through the middle of September and even in May in one of those areas without AC and see how you like it. It is child abuse. You say this is trimmed back to not put too much burden on the taxpayers and that this new proposal costs less than the bond would have. It is going to cost the taxpayers more. Instead of the nearly $20 from the bond, I will now pay nearly double that of $38 a month. And even when the 2007 bond comes off, which magically is now separated out from the school district entity, We all know that you will add another tax increase, and this proposed tax increase won't come off. Our burden isn't going to get less. You will just get overpaid from taxpayers, like the surplus previously stated this past year of 5 to 6 million, that you can use however you want, which is wrong. For the north side, we are partly here because back in 2017, the administration stopped building the elementary school on the west side of Tremont, which was already in progress, because the so-called experts deemed it unnecessary for the projected growth. And when someone opposed those experts, Superintendent Carlson asked, "Are you an expert?" It sure shows what these non-experts knew, that you're experts and you didn't. It would have cost us only 14 million then, and we would have saved 27 to 28 million compared with what is this costing now. You can tell us until you are blue in the face that the tax rate for the school district continues to go down, but the bottom line is that we are paying more taxes no matter how you slice it. I wish we could have seen options, because we are getting the same version with slight variations of the forced reconfiguration option. Enough is enough. Please listen to the people. Come up with a better solution. You are having an adult tantrum. The voters said no to your bond, and now you are asserting your dominance by slapping us in the face with this 37.2 tax increase. To the bond members, please stand up and say no. And for those that say no, thank you.
Thank you, Lana. Stephen Pocock and Tom Peterson on deck and in the hole.
My name is Lana Fonsbeck. I've lived in Box Elder County all of my life. I'm here to oppose an incredible 37% tax. We would all like to get 37% increase in our budgets. My comments will be short. I believe there's nothing to discuss because the voice of the people was loud and clear last November. We do not support this issue. Why is it coming up again after the people have spoken? People are struggling financially. There is no place in our budget for this huge tax. We told you that clearly. You are ignoring the will of the people to force your agenda. That is not what elected officials should do in the United States of America. In the Gettysburg Address, Abraham Lincoln stated, "The government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." That says government is accountable to its people and represents our interests. Where the people have participated in a decision-making process, as we did in November, there is no question what action should be taken. If you force this tax on us, then the people are truly being taxed without representation in our county. We are no better off than the colonists in 1776.
Stephen?
Hello, my name is Stephen Pocock. I live in Brigham City. I hesitate to come here before you today. I appreciate everything that you guys do, but I can tell you that we, as residents of the county, cannot bear the taxes that are being proposed for us. There was a little line that went around a few years ago about tax and spend for whatever they may be, and that's exactly what we're seeing today. People tax and they spend, and there's a limit to that. There was a guy in California named Howard Jarvis back in the 80s, and he finally got a political movement going that stopped some of the taxation in California. And I believe we're going down that same route where people just decide that they can take money out of my pocket and spend it for whatever they'd like to do. And that's got to stop. You know, at this point on a fixed income, you're spending over 1/12 of the income that I get during the year. And that just can't go on. We can't afford to eat. You know, there are avenues to get a rebate or you know, to stop. But as it turns out, if you're just over that limit, then you don't get any relief at all. And so it just, you guys have got to do a better job of lobbying the state or doing whatever it takes, but you've got to stop this. And I hope that you don't look at the residents of the county as sheep to be sheared, because we just can't do this forever. Thank you very much.
Tom, if you could come up. But wanted to mention that the next people, Seth Hedgate, Gail Davis, Tia Rowley, Todd Jepson, and Todd Flint. In those 5 chairs, if you'll come in and we'll get going. Tom.
Those are, by the way, those are the lists of people that signed up for the other public comment that we couldn't locate. So this will be the last chance for them to be added.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the school board. As an elected official, I understand I've been in your seat, but I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. Tom Peterson, Brigham City resident. Wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but as I listened to the presentation, I felt obligated to come up and speak, and I appreciate Mr. Carlson's clarification on some things, but I wanted to stand up and just say that the state legislature is doing everything we can for education. In 2022, the allocation that we had for Box Elder County was $96.8 million. In 2026, our allocation is $131 million. That's an increase of almost 40% in 5 years. And so I just saw that in your presentation that the legislature was blamed for a lot of this, and I want to make sure that the public knows that we're funding education at record levels, and I get that you have to deal with things on your level as well. But we're doing our best to fund public education, and I want to be on record saying that in the last 5 years, we've done a 40% increase in state funding for Box Elder School District specifically. So thank you. Thank you for your service.
Seth Hedgate.
So we've been calling in the other rooms, but we haven't been calling in here because you guys are, commenting. So I don't know if these people are in here. Seth Hedgate, Gail Davis, Tia Rowley, Todd Jepson, Todd Flint, Janet Bass.
We have Todd Flint. So Todd, it looks like you're up. And then after Todd, if I can just read the next, Janet Bass, Carol Price, Russell Case, and then we're going to go Zoom with Zach Denkers.
I didn't prepare a speech or anything, but I'm here not in favor. As it's been said, I feel like society as a whole is struggling right now with everything that's going on, and people are scrimping and saving and trying to get by. And I would like to see where you guys are scrimping and saving and trying to get by rather than begging for more money from the public. Whether it's cutting pay for administrators, whether it's, if we're educating children, let's educate them in business, let's educate them in being thrifty, let's educate them in trades in ways that they can survive in today's market. I feel like I came up through the public education system and it was pushed, go to college, go to college, go to college. Well, college today, as Mike Crow's been stating and these other people are stating, is not the successful way anymore. Maybe if you're a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, that's great, but trades and these other avenues is the jobs that are going to survive and that are in demand. And if we expect our kids to grow up and thrive, we've got to have tradesmen. We've got to have something for every position in this nation, otherwise we're going to fall. And so a proposal in my mind is why are we not building houses? I don't know if it's legal or not. Why are we not building houses and teaching children or kids the trades? Say, you go in, plumb it, you go in, frame it, you go in, do electrical work, and then let's sell this house or this commercial building and let's sell that, and that generates revenue for the school district. We don't need to just beg for money and take it from people that are scrimping and saving, trying to get by. Let's educate properly so that our kids are set up to be successful and in turn, the district will be successful as well. But in closing, please put out the graphs where you guys are scrimping and saving and cutting programs. And sports to me are nothing. I mean, yeah, they might teach teamwork or something like this, but we can teach that by teaching our kids to work. We don't need turf, AstroTurf. We don't need these huge stadiums, college stadiums for sports. We don't need any of the state-of-the-art schools, glass buildings. We don't need all this. Let's go back to the simple days and change things for the better, educate our kids to be successful in society, and move forward from there. Thank you.
Is Janet? Carol? Russ? Russ Case? Oh, thanks, Russ. I couldn't see you. You're up. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me. First of all, I listened to your presentation. My hat's off to you. I don't know how anybody could find their way through all that. So I don't mind organizing for things, but I'm not here to advocate for public school in something that takes my property tax, because then everybody's part of that, right? What about the homeschoolers? What about people who aren't interested in what you're selling? No offense, okay, but I'm not. The responsibility circle lies on the parents. They're supposed to be educating their kids, okay, but we won't, that's another conversation for another day. So it's just like, to me, if you play, you pay. I know you got problems. I know you need buildings, but then have the people who are playing pay for it. I don't know what else to say. If I want to homeschool my kids, and I have 10 kids, I'm already full, okay? Is that an option for me? Now I have to pay for everybody else's kids. When I send when we graduate from high school and they go to the university, if I want my child to go to BYU, okay, I have to pay tuition. I don't have to pay tuition at Utah State, right? What if I didn't agree with what these universities were professing or teaching? Would I have any way to opt out of that? Well, you're leaving me no way to opt out of it, especially when you go after property tax. So I guess what I have to say is, if you play, then you pay.
All right, I'm going to go online, and let's see, Zach Dankers, if you would like to start talking, the floor is yours. Okay. We're going to go online again. Now it's Heather Smith from Zoom. Heather, if you're on, you've got 3 minutes.
Did you mute everybody?
I have not muted everybody.
I did.
Oh, well, they can unmute themselves. Sorry. Thank you for that, Todd. I don't see a Heather there. Jacinda Hyder, sorry. Jacinda Hyder. Okay. We're going to go now. Here's our next, maybe they're already there. Kristen Kendrick, if she's here. Okay. And Kristen, before you start, Brianna Baugh, and then Todd Barrow, Deborah Kaminsky, and Jeff Reeder would be our next. So sorry, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kristen Kendrick, and I speak to you tonight as both a parent and a teacher in this district. I have children attending our schools in Tremont, and I have spent my days teaching in each of the very buildings we've been discussing for far too long. I care deeply about this community, and I see what is happening in our schools every single day, and it concerns me. Our town is growing. Families are moving here because they see a safe, connected, and thriving community, but that growth has placed incredible strain on our schools. The reality is this: our buildings are overcrowded, outdated, and no longer able to meet the demands of the students and staff inside them. This growth has pushed our schools to the limit. We desperately need this change. Classrooms are bursting at the seams or are housed in portable units outside of safe school walls, with teachers forced to give instruction in areas that were never designed to hold the number we now serve. Support staff are tirelessly working out of storage closets or already packed hallways. Special services are being pushed into classrooms and converted spaces like the stage. These aren't just inconveniences, they're distractions and obstacles to learning. Cafeterias are noisy and crowded with children and staff eating lunch in creative shifts beginning early in the day just to make it all work, and it's not working. As a mother, I see my children aged K through 9 trying to focus and thrive in learning environments that are overstimulating and at times chaotic. As a teacher, I see my colleagues, dedicated, passionate educators, overwhelmed and stretched thin. We are all trying to do more with less space, less time, and less margin for students who need support now more than ever. As I spent a year in fielding and saw a stark contrast between a newer facility, still overcrowded, and those of North Park and McKinley, which the mayor stated looked the very same as when he attended elementary school there, the space simply isn't capable of supporting the work everyone is being asked to do, students included. This isn't just about comfort, it's about mental well-being, which has taken a toll on our students and staff. When they are constantly navigating cramped hallways, makeshift classrooms, and overloaded schedules to adjust for space limitations, the stress builds. It affects focus, behavior, and overall learning outcomes. We need a new elementary school and reconfiguration of our high schools. This isn't just for planning for the future, it's responding to the present. New modern facilities would give us room to breathe, literally and figuratively, providing space that supports 21st century learning, not when I attended there as a child, and balanced environments for everyone in the building. Right now, we're patching cracks instead of building a foundation that can last into the future. Let's do what's right. Let's build for growth because it's here, for excellence, and for the future of our community. We're not just talking about bricks and mortar. We're talking about investing in the lives of our children like all those taxpayers did for me decades ago. I urge you to consider this investment not as a cost, but as a commitment to our students, to our teachers, and to the long-term health of this community. We owe it to our kids to give them space to learn, grow, and succeed. Thank you for your time and your service to our schools, because I know it is not an easy job.
Brianna Baugh. Todd Barrow.
Hello.
Sorry.
We're good? All right. My name is Todd Barrow. I'm the principal at Discovery Elementary School, and I'm also a father of 3 kids in 2 different Box Elder schools. As a parent, principal of an elementary school, and former principal in a middle school, I want to share my perspective on the proposed changes with this truth in taxation process. While we are pretty much at capacity at Discovery and currently in need of 9 overcrowding paras to help with very large class sizes, we are fortunate that the current rooms and 2 portables we have are just enough to house all of our students and teachers. I am not sure how we are going to accommodate the continued growth that's happening on the north side of town here. But when I also hear from my colleagues about all of the portables that they have to use, I know something needs to be done. Portables are a perfectly good place to house a class, but adding new portables doesn't add to the number of already crowded bathrooms for students to use at breaks or extra space in the cafeteria for kids to eat. And with new laws mandating that all school doors be locked at all times, going in and out of portables to and from the main school building is a much more complicated task. As far as middle schools, it's no secret that this is one of the hardest times in life. Having worked in our middle schools, I know it's much harder in our old, cramped schools with no real open spaces for kids to spread out, find their niche, and give each other a little space. The majority of the problems, and there were many when I was at Bear River Middle School, were from kids just walking all over each other in super cramped hallways, having nowhere to hang out, except for in bathrooms, dark corners, behind dumpsters, or even off campus. During my time there, we consolidated 2 shop classes to open up a commons area in one of the classes just to try to alleviate some of that pressure. We've got to do more to help these kids out. And finally, like others, I don't want my taxes raised, but it's kind of funny that as school employees who live in the district, we would have to pay more to possibly get a raise at the same time. But something does need to be done. Sometimes I call BESD a nice little district, but we have double the students of Logan School District and just as many as Ogden School District. And I've also seen several colleagues and teachers leave for some of those districts and other places for better pay. These are excellent employees as well. These districts and others have routinely adjusted the mill levy in recent years to keep up with higher costs, but we really haven't done too much here in the past decade in Box Elder School District. And finally, as a principal, I have to make some pretty hard decisions, sometimes that leave no one happy. I lose sleep over these decisions, but the only way I can get any sleep at night is by making these decisions based on the principle of doing what's best for kids. As a board, you have a rare opportunity to vote on something that will have real, tangible impact on what's best for kids in our district, and I hope you take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, Deborah Kaminsky, followed by Jeff Reeder, Colt Kierstead, Tiffany Patterson. Oh, say that again?
I'm here, I just was waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, so thank you. Jeff, you're up. And then we'll go with Tiffany after that and Phil Shimek. Go ahead. Thanks, Jeff.
Perfect, thank you. I want to thank you all for all the work you guys do for the district. I do appreciate it. I also know that our district is in need of schooling and other things. My biggest gripe at this point in time is that the current plan set forth, I don't think, provides that for the whole of the student body. I think that we are honestly taking care of very few schools with the current one with a high dollar number on it. I think that switching the 9th to the high school, I actually am not fully against that program. I can see the bonus of it both ways. It was kind of interesting that you guys had it there and then now you're bringing it back, you brought it back and now you're trying to resubmit it is a bit interesting to me. And a lot of the feedback I've heard from a lot of people I've talked to in the community about this. My other gripe is that we have schools with without AC. We have schools that are not safe if an earthquake hits. But yet we're willing, you guys with this current plan are willing to spend $10 million on a field house for the high school. I don't think that that is being prudent with that money. I would rather see that $10 million either going to AC for all the Box Elder schools that would only be $9 million, or making one other school safe if an earthquake does hit our area. These things where you're spending the money or what you're trying to do, I don't think is being appropriate. I think that there's much better ways and other options, but I do agree. We need it in this district. I have 3 kids in 3 different schools in this district. And it matters to me as a parent. It matters to me. I have a lot of friends that are educators, and I've heard from a lot of them that they don't agree with the current plan being put forth as well. We have a lot of hard time with 1/3 of the homeowners in this school district being on a fixed income. My mom is on a fixed income. If she lived in the school district, she could not afford this increase. And that would be a terrible thing that she'd have to sell her home to be able to have this tax increase go through. I think the people pretty much spoke with the last vote of 70% against it. Honestly, I would rather have the other one come through than this current one that is proposed. That is something that I feel at least that one addressed a lot of the other issues that are not being addressed with the current proposal that is being sent forth at this time. So I hope that you guys will, as a board, look at the whole, the majority. Let's try to take care of more students and kids that need the safety, that need the AC, that need more than what this plan is offering at this time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Patterson. I'm a mom of 4 kids. I've got 4 different schools this year I'm trying to keep track of. I've already got lost in all the emails. My husband works as a math teacher at the high school, and I work at Discovery Elementary. And from both of us, we appreciate your efforts to try to keep our salaries with the local other surrounding districts. When my husband first started teaching, I thought it was quite ironic that we qualified for reduced lunch. So I appreciate your efforts to keep up. And I hadn't thought of this until Principal Barrow spoke, but working at Discovery with the portables, last year I was very concerned for the safety of kids going in and out of the locked doors, and problem's been fixed of doors being propped open so that kids could go to reading groups, and I've seen a huge improvement in that this past year. But it is a serious safety concern that we, as parents and as the PTA, strove so hard to get their schools locked down. And so I can't imagine having more than 2 portables and the crazy issues that would arise from that. So I am all about building a new elementary school to not have those portables out there, as many for them. And I also was not excited about the grade realignment. I really loved having 6th and 7th together. But as I've learned more about it, and I am now really excited for it. My 9th grade son has dyslexia, and he's already told me he does not want to go to college. School is so hard for him. And honestly, the realignment will not help him. But for other students with dyslexia or learning disabilities, having the opportunity to get more pathways done starting in 9th grade will be huge for them. As I think it was a USU professor spoke last month on how we have a poverty problem in our community. Addressing their students now will directly affect the poverty of the future of our community. And I know that as we put our students first, that we are also putting our community first. There will never be a perfect time to raise taxes. There will always be someone struggling. I am grateful for those who paid for my education, and I'm grateful for those who have paid for my kids' educations when we paid so little at the time that we were just starting out in life. And I plead with you now to please put our students first. Please prioritize and advocate for our students with the changes. There's never a perfect time to start. Like we know the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is to plant one today. And I'd appreciate you choosing today to act. Thank you.
All right, Phil Shimmick, good job, thank you. And then we're gonna go here with the following names: Sarah Bates, David Lee, Alexis Rodriguez, and Bree Hanna. Go ahead, thank you. Phil.
It's a tricky name, I get it. So, good evening. Last year, this community was asked whether we wanted to vote for a bond increase of $220 million for school improvements. The voters spoke clearly by a margin of 2-1 that the tax increase was too much. And yet here we are asking for more money, a 36.54% permanent increase in the education portion of our property taxes, this time paying for fewer projects with no voter approval and no fixed end date. Frankly, I see a lot of red flags with this tax proposal. The first, as I said before, we saw in the spreadsheet that you were presenting earlier, these different bonds eventually expire and that tax rate does come back down. I have yet to see government entities that willingly give up tax increases once they are given. Also, the rejected bond of the past covered multiple school rebuilds, HVAC upgrades, long-term capacity solutions, and yet this one does 1 elementary school, 2 high school renovations, and a raise for our teachers, which is going to cost more out of our money to do that than what your initial bond was. The third thing I want to bring up is the fact that, you know, you guys in your infographics and not cited ChatGPT, so I decided to plop some of this into there as well. The fact that the district already owns the land for the new elementary school, you guys estimate on your little infographic of $35 to $40 million for this elementary school. Yet, according to the State Board of Education, new elementary schools typically cost around $20 to $30 million. And as examples of that, Enoch Elementary down in Cedar City opened in '23, costing $24 million, and Millville over in Cache Valley cost $26 million. And that included land acquisition. With inflation, even then, at best, you're looking at $30 million. The next part is that the high school renovation for the bond was estimated to be at $66 million, yet for this new tax plan, you're wanting $80 to $85 million. Why the increase of almost $20 million? The next point I'd bring up is the fact that you guys did a survey asking why people said no to this bond. And yet here you are trying to up it again. And the main reason being that they couldn't address it either with their economic situation or it was just too much. In that survey, you asked for what other solutions they would like to consider. The overwhelming majority said reopening Foothill Elementary and realigning the school boundaries, neither of which are even mentioned tonight. Also, another red flag around this is the fact that you're giving $5 million swaths on these estimates. That indicates that you're not 100% sure what you're wanting to do. And the last bit, I will just say, because I've only got about 10 seconds left, we all value education, but we also need to consider fiscal responsibility. This proposal fails that test, and I urge you all to reject it. Thank you.
Sarah Bates. Let's go David Lee, and then Alexis Rodriguez, Bree Hanna, Carol Larson.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent C. I'm here tonight in strong support of the Truth in Taxation proposal, and I speak to you wearing 3 hats that are deeply important to me. First, as a father of a student in the Box Elder School District, I want my child, and every child, to be taught by the very best teachers. To do that, we must be able to offer competitive salaries and cost of living increases so we can hire and retain quality educators. I also want him and every other child to have the best facility that we can offer them without the constraints of crowding and problems that come with it. I've been in 7 different schools in our district. Some have been older, some have been crowded, some have been newer. And there is, as Mr. Barrow had mentioned earlier, a significant difference between those types of facilities. Second, as a taxpayer, I believe we have a shared responsibility to address the overcrowding that is happening right now in our schools and will only get worse. This is true at the elementary, middle, and high and other levels. Our students need safe, effective learning environments, and that takes resources this proposal will help provide. As unfortunately the legislature continues to not necessarily fully fund the needs of education and is inadvertently placing more fiscal responsibility back on the local school boards, which is a fact. I also believe that now is the time to address steps to reduce overcrowding so that we don't see significant challenges later due to lack of preparation. Third, as a principal and as a representative, I represent tonight Taylor Jackson, Clay Chernus, and Marcus Leonard of the Bear River High School administration team. We see the hiring challenges up close. Each year without a strong business tax base like many other districts enjoy, we do fall a little further behind in our COLA offerings. That gap makes it harder, and we see this, to recruit the teachers and especially other staff members too, paraprofessionals that are so valuable to the education of our we've talked about teachers, but we also need to address our paraprofessionals who bring so many resources to our students beyond just the classroom and all the support roles they play. They're vital to the role of our district. We could and we risk losing excellent teachers to negotiating neighboring districts that can offer more. Without action, this problem will grow over time. This proposal is about more than numbers. It's about our students' future. By supporting Truth in Taxation, we invest directly in quality teaching, planning more intentionally for growth and strong schools for years to come. All of these needs will take additional resources that can be supported by Truth in Taxation. Though not an easy decision, thank you for your time and your commitment to our community's children. Thank you.
Alexis Rodriguez, Bree Hanna, Carol Larson. Carol, as you come up, Nicole Rotunda, Miranda Weathersby, and Rachel Doyle will be our next 3.
All right, good evening. This is not my comfort zone. I'm comfortable in front of kids, not in front of a bunch of adults in lots of rooms. But I'm going to go ahead and address you anyway. This is my 17th year working as a public school teacher, and I've had the privilege of teaching for Box Elder County School District for the past 2 years. My previous 14 years were spent teaching in a very large school district in Central Florida. My 3 eldest children were entirely educated in that district. My previous school district did not have the teacher salaries that were competitive. I repeatedly watched the most qualified or experienced applicants take jobs in neighboring counties with higher salaries. We became the starting place for less experienced teachers who would work for a few years and then move on to the higher paying districts. The district had no choice but to hire and keep on teachers who were just not effective in the classroom. This was extremely taxing on the experienced teachers who remained, and most importantly, the quality of education was heartbreaking to see, and this affected my own children. A student had to be lucky to get the good teacher instead of being guaranteed that every year was a great year, and every teacher at that school was a good teacher. So fast forward to now. My last child has attended Box Elder Middle School and Box Elder High School for the past 2 years. I have cried when I saw the difference in quality of education that she has received in comparison to her siblings and the other students in my previous county. I have seen overwhelming evidence as an educator that Box Elder County Schools does an outstanding job of hiring, and only retaining teachers guaranteed to provide the highest levels of instruction. The 2% salary adjustment from this proposed tax increase to ensure that there are competitive salaries to me seems a small price to pay, and I will happily do it now after my own children graduate to ensure the best possible education for all children in Box Elder County schools. Next, overcrowding is an issue, and it will be an issue for the foreseeable future if something isn't done to relieve it. Around my own neighborhood in Brigham City, there is an explosion of growth in newly built homes and available lots, around 70 of which around me are empty, and 181 townhomes, only half of which are completed. Already the number of school-age or soon-to-be school-age children in my church congregation has easily quadrupled in the last year. Many of these young children zoned for, we talked about Discovery Elementary, which is currently has portables and is at essentially capacity. When schools get to this point, you end up with kids having to eat lunch at ridiculously early times because the lunchroom and kitchen only has the capacity to serve so many children at a time. Carpool lines and wait times become inordinate and intrusive to nearby neighborhoods. Parking for school events is impossible and class sizes become untenable. Something will have to be done to alleviate the overcrowding, and it is guaranteed. Again, no one likes to pay taxes, but the proposed tax increase is clearly the only option the Box Elder County Schools has to ensure the funds necessary to address this issue and provide, again, that same quality education all children in Box Elder County deserve. I support the proposal. Thank you.
I can't, Nicole, Miranda. Okay, we're gonna go with Vince Crane on deck, Chris Moore, Jaleese Lowry, and Erica McDonald. Oh, Rachel Doyle. I am so sorry, Rachel. You're up. I apologize. Thank you for that, Stephanie. I'm having a tough time. I'm good. We're rolling here. So.
All right, I'm pretty nervous. I did not prepare anything, but I just wanted to be able to address you. I love to be a part of our school district and try to serve in many capacities. In PTA, I served on 4 community councils this last year at 4 different schools and have done so for several years now, and I like to be a part of that and to be included. After the bond didn't pass this last year, there was an email that went out asking why, and it said, would you be available or interested to come and sit on a board to discuss other options? I put my name down, I called and made sure it was there. I said, I want to be involved. I didn't get a single call, a single email, nothing. I think that we have a great community here. I am a school psychologist by profession. I retired when I became a mom, but I still like to be a part of the community and try to volunteer in the classrooms. I find it really hard. A lot of teachers push back. They don't allow me to come and volunteer, and I have to talk to principals and really be like, I would like to be involved. And so I think that we have people in our community that would like to be involved, would like to help you think of creative opportunities and options, and that you should really reach out to your community and allow some of us who would like to help you to come up with more feasible things that will work for our community. I agree that things need to change. I don't like the current decision that you're looking at, but I would like to be part of the change. I would like to be a part of that discussion. I hope that you will look to our community and you will allow some of us to be a part of that discussion and to give that help so that it's not all on you, it's not all on our schools, and that we can have support from our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and I apologize again. Okay, just to make sure, we're gonna go Vince Crane, Chris Moore, Jaleese Lowry, Erica McDonald, and we'll go Shanda Peterson. Thanks, Vince.
So my name is Vince Crane. I've lived in Brigham City for 26 years. This fall, my family starts its 22nd consecutive and final year of having from 1 to 5 kids in Box Elder's public schools. Over those years, we've interacted with many faculty, staff, and administrators. We found them to be good people who work hard, care about kids, and perform their jobs well. My children have received good educations that will allow them to go forward as productive, contributing citizens. I'm thankful for the many district employees who've contributed to the education and success of my children. I'm also grateful to be a citizen of this country and this community, where we can have different perspectives on important issues and come together in settings like this to peacefully talk about those issues. I hope we can do so tonight with civility and respect. I appreciate the board members for their consideration of this important matter. At the end of the evening, regardless of the outcome, some people are going to leave frustrated and disappointed, but we're all still going to be neighbors, friends, and fellow citizens who will see each other in the schools, in the grocery stores, in places of worship, and in various other settings. I hope that these common ties that already bind us can also unite us with a shared goal of providing a quality, cost-effective education for the current and future students of Box Elder County. Our communities are growing. There are new housing developments being built across the county. These new families are going to send their kids to our schools, schools that in many instances are already overcrowded. Our schools are aging, some of them to the point that their ongoing viability as a place safe for effective learning is questionable. These facts present present challenges that have to be dealt with sooner or later. Sooner is generally better because challenges typically only increase in complexity if left until later. As I've reflected on these challenges, I've also thought about the public education I received many years ago. One realization I've had is that my education was funded in large part by people now deceased who paid taxes. I hope they can look down and feel that their investment was worth it. No one here tonight wants their taxes to go up, and that includes me. But that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. It's one small way I can thank the generations who preceded me and paid for my education, and it's an opportunity for me to do the same for generations to follow. The future vitality and success of a community is closely tied to the quality of the education received by its children. They are our future, and I want to help set that future up for success. I support the tax increase. Thank you for your consideration.
Let's see, I can't see who's... Nobody. Okay, Chris Moore, Jaleese Lowry, Erica McDonald, Chandra Peterson. Jamie, are any of those, have you seen any of those? Okay. We're going to skip now. We're going to go to Erica Bywater. Erica, while you go up, I just want to go further. We got Catherine Nielsen, Jace Lewis in the 3-hole, and Joel Wilson 4, and Micah Kapner 5. Erica.
All right, my name is Erica Bywater. I am an educator here, but also a parent and a grandparent with future grandkids that will be going to our school district. All 4 of my kids have been raised in our school and have had a quality education. While I am not a native, I've lived in this community for the past 28 years. However, my husband is a lifelong resident. He attended Garland Elementary, Bear River Middle School, and graduated from Bear River High School. While academics were not his passion, he developed valuable skills in school to weld, and now has been a welder for 30 years. It took me 8 years to complete my education. During that time, we were raising 2 children, and my husband was earning $6.50 an hour. It was rough, but education brought hope, not just for me, but for our family's future. That hope is what I now strive to pass on to the next generation. Now, at Bear River High School, I teach financial literacy. All right? So before we ever get into budgeting, before we ever get into investing or banking, we begin with something more fundamental: values. opportunity cost, trade-offs. I ask my students to identify what matters most to them, because values guide every decision we make, especially when it comes to financial ones. I understand that the hearing about, like when we hear 36.54% tax increase, that is overwhelming. I love taxes just as much as my neighbor does. But when you look closer, like from the things I've read, $450,000 home comes to around $28 a month. Man, I'll quit going to Maverick every day to do that. It's an investment. An investment is always risky. Now, I might cry. I give my teacher's heart to Box Elder. I worked for Weaver School District for 5 years. I came here getting a pay cut. But I love our school and I love the students here. If you think about it, like if you were to put a dot and a circle around that, and if you were, what would that be in that dot? We've heard a lot of things tonight, but that dot is students. What is best for students? In the Box Elder School District, it says learning is everything. We have a mission, a vision, and the Box Elder way, all right? And so I'm asking that if this is a collective commitment, that we put students in that center, and everything else, we lose focus because it's all about students.
Catherine Nielsen. After Catherine again is Jace Lewis, Joe Wilson, Micah Capner, and Amy Jo Summers.
Like they said, my name is Catherine Nielsen. I absolutely appreciate all that the schools do for our kids. I'm not for the current plan that's set into place by all of you. I understand you're in a hard spot, and I can't imagine being there, but we did bring this up a couple of years ago. It was in 2022, I think, and we were told, well, just because there's homes doesn't mean there's children in said homes. And everybody had a good laugh, and then we moved on, so I was not happy about that. Not just our children's education, which I'm completely for sacrificing for, that's perfectly fine, but we also have to think about our kids' futures financially. Between the federal, local, and state debt, how will all kids ever survive? How will they ever buy homes? How will they ever raise families? People are having less kids for a reason. I'm not against teacher pay raises. I come from a family of many, many teachers, many who teach in Box Elder County. I'm all for raising. They teach our children. They're important. And I'm all for new schools, but our district is very top heavy, and I think most people will agree with that. Maybe not everybody, but I feel like there are places that we could cut before putting this burden on people. Again, I'm willing to sacrifice, but I feel like there's some deeper digging that we need to do. People talk about the ages of school equaling the quality of education. I have a son that went to North Park and a daughter that went to Garland, both amazing schools, both amazing teachers that I truly grew to love. There are some things in there, like Mr. Carlson, I don't think you deserve a pay raise or bonuses. My personal opinion, other people may think different, but there are people who are sacrificing everything they can. One thing I do want to say, whichever one of you were talking about, people not paying their property taxes, I understand that, and that makes a big burden for all of you. But you said it's 10%, I believe you said, that veterans don't pay property taxes. That is not true. My husband is a disabled veteran who now no longer can work because of his service-related injuries. We have been paying property taxes all along. So take it as you are. I know that doesn't have anything to do with this topic, but I did want to tell you, you have to be 100% 100% disabled and classified in a specific way. So please don't throw that on our veterans.
Jace Lewis, Joel Wilson, followed by Micah Kapner, Amy Jo Summers, and Marianne Cox.
Superintendent Carlson, School Board, Mr. Stevens, educators, community. My name is Joel Wilson. I'm a former Perry Panther, Box Elder, Junior High Bronco, and Box Elder B. I don't know if it was me or Mr. Hyde that was required me to be with him for 2 years in 5th and 6th grade, but that's where I ended my elementary career. Thank you for your service and for this opportunity to speak to you about this important topic. I'm here with my 92-year-old father, who is a spent his career at Thiokol and is on a fixed income. You've heard a lot of comments about this decision you're making tonight. I would like to focus on the Utah State Legislature and thank those bold visionaries for bravely leading Utah into the golden age of public education, where classrooms are spacious, teachers are thriving, and children are learning in palatial facilities with cutting-edge technology. Just kidding. Utah remains proudly near the bottom of per pupil education funding, hovering right above actively hostile to learning. Lawmakers have managed to do the impossible. They've kept taxes low, funding lower, and expectations lowest of all. Bravo, really. But wait, here's the plot twist. They've essentially deputized you to do their dirty work. They've said, hey, we don't want to raise property taxes because that's politically unpopular, but if you school boards locally want to do that, hey, knock yourselves out. That's not leadership. That's passing the grenade and pulling the pin on the way out. So now school boards like Box Elder across the state are stuck in an impossible position. The legislature gives you enough money to maybe pay rising utility bills, and then tells you if you can't keep schools open, if you can't build new schools, pay teachers, or keep class sizes below 87 kids per room, just raise property taxes, problem solved. Meanwhile, they brag about record investments in education, carefully admitting the part where that investment includes no strings attached handouts to private and homeschoolers. But let's be clear, this is not about fiscal conservatism, this is about political cowardice. If they were really for public education, they would fund it. If they don't have the guts to fund it, they should say that to us, to parents, teachers, to you, to everyone who is doing more with less every single year. They shouldn't sit on the Capitol Hill pretending that everything's fine while you guys have to face the fire at these truth in taxation hearings. So to recap really quickly, the legislature says we love education, not so much public education, but big donors and out-of-state lobbyists privatizing schools. Taxpayers are furious. You guys are in the middle of a fire. Children are doing the best they can with less and less each year. Teachers are broke and exhausted. So it's time that we look to the legislature to step up and mandate and pay for these unfunded mandates. Until then, I'll be here helping my father cut the budget pie into thinner and thinner slices. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Micah. After Micah, we'll have Amy Jo Summers, Marianne Cox, Vanessa Crane.
Thank you. I'm Micah Kapner. Thank you for your efforts. I know this is a really tough, and I sure don't understand it, but I wanted to explain the perspective, at least from my perch. I received that same survey that the other lady mentioned, and I really think there's a bunch of people that are willing to help you guys work out some of these problems, but none of us really had the opportunity to. I filled out the same survey and said, yes, please call me. I'd love to participate somehow. I think it would be prudent for you to meet with them and get all the ideas. I mean, you guys have to make the decisions, but the more ideas you can put on the board, the more likely you are to put them together correctly. I've heard comments that we have to build new schools because the sewer systems are failing, and that's just a lie. It's just not true. I don't know if you're familiar, but like Bear River Middle, as an example, has tunnels, and we can replace all those sewer systems easily for pennies compared to building new. I've heard issues that we've got to replace Bear River Middle because it's not reinforced, and it's just not true. My grandma requested the plans, and the plans show the building is reinforced. And we can update these buildings. We have to make these buildings go further because the costs are so great that we just can't afford to replace all the schools at the level we used to. I know it's tough, but in our own world, if we have to rebuild our own homes right now, most of us would not do it because it's so costly. To abandon Box Elder Middle School, where we put in full air conditioning and a new gym and a new auditorium, that is wasteful. I don't care what you do with it or who you sell it to, it's going to be a severe waste. My brother and I recently remodeled the old Garland School, and we have found ways to make the numbers work. I would love to do a field trip with each of you and help you understand that we can do a lot with a little if we use the right people and the professionals. For some reason, the school district always hires people that add a zero, and I do not know why. I think it's probably because it's a school district. I don't know, but we found the people that can do what you need for less. Let's see. So yeah, I personally think we should pay off our bonds. We should plan, save, we should make updates to these buildings that we can do without doing crazy expenditures. All these buildings are concrete, block, and brick. And we can cosmetically make them look new and feel new without having to build them new, if that makes sense. And I just think maybe now is not the perfect time to do it, but if we plan, pay off our debts, then we can make upgrades when we absolutely have to. Thank you.
Amy Jo Summers. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Jo Summers, and I would like to take a minute to thank the board and the BELT team for all their hard work on this process. And I do not claim to know all the details of truth and taxation and budgets, but I have definitely tried to educate myself a little bit more on these topics. I have been a citizen of Box Elder County for my whole life. My husband and I have raised 4 Bear River High graduates. I am a teacher for Box Elder School District of 29 years this year. I am also a taxpayer, and I have a very vested interest in this county and district. I have worked at North Park Elementary, Garland Elementary, and currently I'm at McKinley Elementary. I have been a part of the growth and boundary changes to accommodate that growth at the time. Tonight I want to represent a silent group of people who do not have a voice, and that is our children. The financial burden falls on us as the adults, but the huge impact falls on the children that we teach. Currently at McKinley, we have 7 portables. Students occupy each one of them. A few years ago, I was in a portable at McKinley when we were told we needed to lock our doors and not leave our rooms. There was a security issue that the police were taking care of. The classes that were in the building could not go outside but continued as normal. The portables do not have access to water or restrooms unless you go inside the building. It was about 30 minutes that we were locked in our portables. Now you think, as a child, having to use the restroom, but having no access to one. This year, every outside door at our school has a key card access and will be locked throughout the day, meaning anytime a student needs to use the restroom, they need a key card to access the school. I believe North Park has the same issue, and apparently Discovery does as well. This applies for lunch, lunch, reading groups that we're trying to figure out how to get kids in and out of the building for those activities that they're doing. The students outside in the portables walk through rain, snow, and wind several times throughout the day. And maybe this doesn't sound as bad to some of you, they're like their kids, but you're not the one that's walking on the icy blacktops. Our custodians do the best they can, but they ice up and it's hard and it's a safety issue for kids walking through the ice in the wintertime. Do I think that students could continue to receive a good education from a portable? Of course they can. We have great teachers that are doing their best, but should they? Do I like the idea of my taxes increasing? Of course not. But I also recognize there is a unique need within our district because of the county and cities allowing so much growth all at once. And I want to remind each board member as you cast your vote that your decision will impact children. When you make your decision, the focus should always be on what's best for kids. Thank you.
Okay, Mary Ann, and then we're gonna go Vanessa Crane, Bethany Knighton, Bert Larson, and April Reese. Oh,
Oh, can
sorry,
you
hold
put-
on.
I was gonna say.
No, somehow that got clicked again. I apologize. Go ahead.
I'm here tonight to say two things. A lot of us are not okay with this high of the increase, and we're not in support of what it will be used for. A 37% increase is too much to take at once. Just because you realize there have been some missed opportunities in past years does not mean you raise the tax as high as legally possible all at once. It doesn't matter that this idea is only $130 million instead of the $220 million bond. It's a higher impact to our monthly and annual budgets now, especially for landowners and business owners. If the greatest current need is the elementary in Tremonton and the teacher salaries, then take an increase for that need tonight. That would be 1/3 of this proposal. I think most of us can get behind that. Any future bonds or increases to realign grades should be taken back to the people, as was done last fall. We did not agree with your idea. That's why the bond failed. And since it's the public's money and the public who you represent, the voice of the people on these large decisions should be heard. We don't need to be sold on your idea. We need to be listened to, and we need a different idea. Superintendent Carlson said 4 years ago that the next priority was replacing the old middle schools and old elementary schools. They were next in line. I can't figure out why suddenly this has changed. Did a high school building burn down? Did the state mandate that all the districts move 9th grade? Did our test scores drop significantly? Nothing has changed so drastically that realigning grades should all of a sudden take higher priority than addressing the old schools that have no AC or are unsafe or frankly just not very pleasant to attend. You led with that point in your bond meetings last fall, that was the priority, the old and unsafe schools. I'm just not sure where that point has gone. There's two possible outcomes to the decision tonight. One, you pass this increase and move ahead with your plan. This is just phase one, as you've said, and the new middle schools will be addressed in 10 to 15 years. But you won't be able to do another truth in taxation, like Danielle said, because you can't raise the tax rate that high again. So you'll have to go out for another general bond and ask the public to vote. If we have just watched our school board force a tax increase less than a year after we voted no, what do you think is the likelihood the public will pass your bond? There will be little to no trust and faith from the public. You are handing the future board and school district an almost impossible situation, and they won't be able to deliver on their promise. Or option two, you propose and pass a much smaller increase tonight, just build the West Tremonton Elementary and the school and the teacher salaries. You help reestablish a culture of trust that you are listening to your patrons. And then in 5 years, when that old bond falls off, you present a bond that will replace that bond with very little increase because it's replacing an old bond payment. Then in 15 to 20 years, if our growth has justified a new high school, build the new high school and realign grades then. If the growth hasn't justified a new high school, maybe you add on to the high schools then. We're just asking that a $10 million field house doesn't come before the old middle schools and elementaries like Lakeview. The high schools had the most recent updates. They should not be next in line, they should be last in line. Thank you.
As Vanessa comes up, Bethany Knighton, Bert Larson, April Reese, and then Blair Reese.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Crane. My husband spoke to you, and we didn't compare notes, but we have similar things to say. 26 years ago, my husband and I were building our starter home here in Brigham City. The neighborhood we selected for our first home was just west of Discovery Elementary. Our 5 children have all been raised in this same lovely neighborhood. We like our neighborhood near Discovery so much, so we built our forever home in the same area. Great schools seem like magnets for great neighborhoods. Just a few blocks north of us and Discovery, in the North 40, Cotter Canyon, and Old Golf Course neighborhoods, there are hundreds of new homes. I was going to count, but ran out of time. On my daily walks, I often find myself wondering, where are all of the kids in these homes going to go to school? With the exception of the addition of portable classrooms that cover areas once used for playgrounds, Discovery Elementary is the exact same size as it was when we moved here 26 years ago. I love that people are choosing to settle their families in Box Elder County. It is an amazing place to be. My purpose in speaking tonight is to wholeheartedly thank all those of you who are voting yes for the truth in taxation and moving forward with your best option to add space and school facilities for our communities. For those of you who are not sure or might be planning to vote no, I ask you to please reconsider. While you were likely not a part of the planning commissions and city councils that approved all of the many hundreds of new housing units in our county, you are on the school board. You are now tasked with finding ways to ensure that there are appropriate places for the children in these new homes to be educated, as you well know. As one of your teachers for 10 years, and now as an administrator, I feel I can truly vouch for what is happening in our buildings. There is creativity being used to find learning spaces wherever possible. Closets, hallways, around corners, on stages while PE is happening with just a curtain in between. There is great care being taken to keep nice facilities nice. Garland is a beautiful school, and I am very proud of Sean Marble, Alan and Mackenzie Johnson, my custodians. The grounds are beautiful, well maintained, weed free, and when school is out, open to the public to come and enjoy. They add value and beauty to Garland, and these three maintain that, and the inside is just as nice. At Box Elder Middle School, I on the daily saw quiet determination from staff members to make old spaces still feel happy and workable for our students. But our schools are full, and that's not your fault. No one wants to see taxes raised. I hope as a community we could all agree that we also don't want communities to crumble because we neglected to care for our schools and our children. Please vote yes for truth and taxation. I'm sorry this has been such a difficult process. Thank you for serving on the school board.
Bethany Knighton, Bert Larson. Okay, we're gonna name the next five. I see that April Reese is here, so April, come up. Blair Reese, then Christy Bocut, then Lane Summers.
Hello. I sent an email to all of you, and I'm just going to read most of that email here today. Nearly 10% of all Box Elder County residents are below the poverty line. The per capita income is around $30,000 per household, an unlivable wage in comparison to today's housing market and rising inflation costs just for typical living expenses. Just this past week, I listed a free futon mattress on KSL and was surprised to meet several homeless families just from Brigham City who lost their homes in the absence of drugs or alcoholism. The adults in these families have jobs and incomes and were priced out of their homes. One of them has 3 small children under the age of 7 living in their car, and I was surprised to discover is also my Amazon driver. This past week, my husband and I attended an AFP meeting, and we met a prominent pastor from Davis County who related to us the same conditions in his county among the community that he serves. He met one man recently who is a Delta employee with benefits who is sleeping in a tent because he cannot afford a home in this market. This is a statewide problem. The homeless of Utah State, and especially Box Elder County, are no longer the drug addicts, unemployed, and crippled among us. They are the employees at the stores you shop at, the delivery drivers who deliver your packages, and even the teachers you employ. Last year, the county commissioners proposed a tax increase for far less than your proposal. The Truth and Taxation meeting had residents spilling into the hall. My husband and I were among them. Had you been there, you would have heard their desperate pleas to not raise our taxes. And I will skip some of this, and I hope that you guys read it, but we are struggling with the taxes we are already paying. You are going to tax more families out of their homes, and the next homeless Box Elder County resident with children and a career that you meet after these taxes take effect may be homeless because of your yes vote. Please reconsider what you are proposing. Please wake up to what your constituents desperately need and vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Blair, Christy, Lane, Steve Hogan.
All right, so that was my wonderful wife, and she put it fairly well. I'd like to add to that. Okay, so the county commission already raised our taxes last year, despite us begging them not to, and now you're asking for more. We already said no to a bond, and now you're again asking for more. There are, like my wife said, there are 10% of our community that are below the poverty line. That's completely unacceptable, and now we're going to make it worse. We're going to take more money out of people's pockets and not ease anyone's burdens. I understand that schools, that you need more for schools, but what you're asking for the schools is unreasonable, as we've heard from construction workers. I understand that you feel like you don't have enough. We've had a state legislature that said 40% increase this year, and you're saying that it's less. This is a completely unacceptable and untenable position for us. I am a systems engineering manager. I make a decent living, but I have 6 children, and I have an expensive home because I have 6 children, so I need it. I need the space. We don't even have enough rooms for all of our kids. So saying that we need schools more than we need houses is a little wrong, in my opinion. And that's basically all I have to say.
My name is Christy Bocat. I am from Tremont area. The bond did not pass. It would have put $20 a month on our taxes. The truth in taxation, you're trying to push through. People on low and fixed incomes cannot do this. If you have not gone into the homes of over 50 people to 60 people like I have and sat down with them and talked to them about how this is going to affect them, I strongly urge you to do so. I encourage you to pay your debts off. This is why we're in the situation we're in, is because of the debt load that the school district is carrying. One thing that was brought up earlier today, and I want to touch on that briefly, and I am grateful for the legislature for funding the video surveillance cameras at $8.5 million. I'm a grandmother of a certain high school student at Bear River High. The video cameras failed them. Spending this type of money, is it going to fail our students again? I ask that question. Any decision you make here tonight will task our families of low income and fixed income. I am on a fixed income. What you bring to the families, they pass on to their children. Their children bring them to school in backpacks, all that stress. If that's what you want, I guess vote for it. But I would take a step back. I'm urging you to take a step back and really look at the big picture. Thank you.
Lane, as you come up, just wanted to state the next 5. Steve Hogan, Sean Godfrey, Austin Gunderson, Amanda Boyce.
I'm Lane Summers. I live in Tremonton, and I want to thank you all for your service, for the time and prayerful, thoughtful effort that you put into your jobs. I believe we have to support our kids and give them the facilities and the teachers that they need to excel. And it would be my suggestion where our tax rate, where the tax rate has dropped from 2021 to where it is now, I would suggest that you do a truth in taxation every year and keep the tax rate the same as what I would support you raising it to today. Then we wouldn't be in the hole that we are now, and it wouldn't be well, okay, the 37 isn't a real number, because if what we paid last year at 2024, it's a 29.2% on your tax rate increase. It's still a lot of money. Do I want my taxes raised? No. But when is a good time to raise taxes? Never. We still need to, the society that we live in, the value that we place on education, I'm willing to pay my share, and we can raise that funds. I believe that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Is Steve Hogan? Oh, sorry, Steve. I was looking west, and you were right there.
Sneaking around here.
No, you're good. You're up. Thank you. Sean Godfrey on deck.
Okay. I appreciate all you guys and what you do here. I'm on the old list here. And so, you know, back in, when we put this on the ballot, you know, and I will say from my point of view, I didn't understand what we were trying to do. This school, that school, you take away the middle school, take school at ILSC Young, make it this school, and it's, huh? And so I still don't know what the plan is today and how that changed. So, you know, we voted down the other one. So you've come up with this new plan that adds $392 to my taxes. That's 25% of my monthly income. Now, I don't have to pay that all in 1 month, but that's a chunk. And, you know, Mr. Carlson, I'm going to take a quote from a KSL thing, so if they misquoted you, it's their fault, not mine. But they said you guys came up with this plan that's not putting too much burden on the taxpayers. This is a heavy kick for us. It would have been nicer to do a little bit every year. You know, even though I don't know how my fixed income's ever going to pay for it. My wife used to work at a doctor's office, and she saw these people come in, the eye doctor, and how do I pay for a $25 refraction fee to see if I need glasses? I don't have enough money. You know, it was heartbreaking to her to see those kind of people. So a little story to illustrate, and I'm going to say you guys are the parents here. You've decided you have 3 kids, and you've looked at your income and your house, and you say, we can add 1 more child. And so doctor says you're pregnant, and then a few months later you're doing the ultrasound. Well, he says, well, baby number 1's good, and baby number 2's good, and baby number 3 is good. You're going to have triplets. Well, everybody's excited. But when they get home, they realize, how are we going to pay for 2 more mouths in this house? We have 4 bedrooms, 1,100 square feet. We don't fit now, kind of. We figured we could make 1 more fit. How do we add 3? So, well, I'll go to the boss. Hey, do you think I could get a raise this year? Because we're going to have triplets instead of 1 baby. And he says, well, no, things aren't good. You can't have a raise. So here we are. I guess what I appreciate the information on the financials. I worked out at the rocket plant. I ran multi-million-dollar project.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Is Sean, thanks Sean. When Sean comes up, we have Austin Gunderson, Amanda Boyce, Yvonne Manning, and Annie Jensen. Go ahead.
Hey, Box Elder School District Board and school administrators. I'm addressing the school board for the first time since I moved here in 1998. I feel as though sometimes only those with opposition speak out about issues in our district. I'd like to voice my support in favor of the tax increase for our district. I have raised my family here, and it's a great community. There was a lot of growth when I moved here, and I was here when the last bond was passed in 2007. At the time, I had a growing family and I was on a budget, but I thought it would be a great long-term benefit. Since most of the impact was on the south part of the district, I realized there were some of those from the north that voted in favor and contributed to the improvements made back then. That bond was 18 years ago. We are in a similar situation now, and we still have some older buildings and growth that need to be addressed. We can't take care of the issues with more portables. They're inefficient and not safe as a regular school. We also have our high schools that are functioning differently than the regions around us, which have 9th grade in their high schools. This gives them a greater opportunity for classes to the universities in Bridgerland. It also puts them in a better situation with sports programs because 9th grade will be at the high school. This feels as though we need to support the tax increase to resolve some of these issues and move the district forward instead of staying stagnant. We can't kick the can down the road any longer. It'll just get more expensive the longer we wait. We need to take a look at this as a benefit to the district and the community as a whole, and not as single entities. I have one child left in school, and they will graduate by the time any of these improvements will be put in place. I think we all need to pay it forward. I'm sure there were plenty of retired members of the district that voted and paid, which benefited my kids as they went through school. We should do the same. Our teachers and administrators do a great job in helping educate our kids and give them growth opportunities. They are worth every penny that they make. Let's keep our communities great with great schools. Great schools benefit the community and keep the economy growing. We all want well-educated children and a great place to live. As time goes on, these well-educated kids put back into the community, which benefits all of us. I'd ask the board to support the increase for the district. Thank you.
All right, Austin Gunderson, Amanda Boyce, Yvonne Manning, Annie Jensen, and Sheridan Stevens.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'd like to look at the economic big picture from the perspective of the taxpayer. Over the past 5 years, since 2020, we've had a cumulative inflation rate in America of about 25%. Some estimates put it even higher, but at minimum, the cost of living has increased by 25% since 2020. Wages have also risen on average, but they have not kept pace. The Fed estimates that median household income in Box Elder County has risen 15% over the past 5 years. That's barely half the rate of inflation. This means the average household in our area has about 10% less purchasing power than it did 5 years ago. Personally, I have been blessed with a 20% increase in income since 2020. That's more than most of my neighbors, but it is still not enough to simply keep pace with inflation, let alone to actually improve my family's quality of life. I have 4 kids with a 5th on the way. We're treading water financially. And now, the school district wants a property tax increase of 37% in 1 year. That's 1.5 times the rate of inflation over the past 5 years, and nearly double my rate of wage gain over the same period, and nearly triple the rate of wage gain of the average Box Elder household since 2020. For me personally, this means the additional money I'd have to cough up would amount to an entire month's worth of discretionary spending after stuff like bills, gas, food, and tithe, important stuff. A tax hike of this magnitude would be entitled, presumptuous, and profoundly inconsiderate of the average taxpayer who is already struggling to cope with economic hardship. Please cancel this misguided plan and replace it with, as others have suggested, something lower, something more focused, something that doesn't have such a catastrophic impact. Thank you for your time.
Amanda?
Hi, my name is Amanda Boyce. I want to thank all the dedicated teachers. I understand there is a massive need, however, this is not the way to do it. I'm here today solely on the principle of no. Tonight I would like to educate on consent and the importance of it, not just in interpersonal relationships, but also the political arena, the educational arena, and this arena. No means no. In a world, nation, state, county, and city where consent has been abused and disregarded, no less by people who should be held to higher standards, and as a victim myself, I feel the need to reinstate and exclaim, no means no. We said no on our ballots, and we meant it. Those ballots used to mean something to this country. I, for one, am extremely disgusted by the disregard of that ballot by you, authorities that should know better. No means no. As authorities so highly involved with our children, I am even more concerned that our legislative system is not being taken seriously and that no is illegitimate. No means no, from a victim, from a parent, and from a citizen. I am deeply disappointed that children I love and the future of our world are attending schools that teach principles such as elections and voting don't matter. No means no, except for when I want something, then I can push and push until I get it. That's called rape. That's violation. And it's appalling. Democracy means the power resides with the people. Voting doesn't matter anymore because this very reason, the people are not heard when they do speak, and somehow we've lost the ability to defend, to require, and to demand it. It's time that people take back their power and stand for the principles this country was founded upon. So are you going to be an example of democracy or authoritarianism? People, if this passes, what are we planning to do when this passes? It's time for action on a city, on a county, on a state, and on a national level. Thank you.
Yvonne, as you come up, we'll have Annie Jensen, Sheridan Stevens, Mindy White, and Clint Munns.
My name's Yvonne Manning, and I'm from Garland, and I'm grateful for those of you who are serving on the school board. I, however, am not in favor of this high tax rate increase. I believe that the citizens of Box Elder County should not be forced to pay 37.2% increase in taxes, especially those on fixed incomes. I have had a good education and a good job, and have seen with fixed income the decrease that I now have. I do see many of my neighbors also that are on a fixed income, and many in low income. Those families that have low income and their children are being sent to school, they will have so much more stress with this increase that they won't be able to be moms and dads to their kids, and there will be problems in the schools because of that. I am not against teachers getting their raises. An additional 2% increase is not a lot. I'm not opposed to students getting what they need. I feel like their needs need to be met. However, the district needs to do a different plan, a different idea of how to meet these needs, to keep within their budget. For instance, when I have issues in my own personal budget, I make sure that we cut back in some areas to make that work. I have not seen that happen on a district level, that we've actually had cuts that have, I see more and more people are in the district level, and more money is spent there. I do feel like multi-million-dollar buildings that are just in aesthetics and not functionality and practicality needs to also be addressed. I'm thankful for this opportunity. I do hope that you'll consider other ways to make the needs met. Thank you.
I can't see who. Annie Jensen, Sheridan Steve. Oh, you're right here. Annie, Sheridan. Why don't you come up and I'll keep announcing. Thank you. Mindy White, Clint Munns, Kristen Riley, and Jed Abbott.
I went to a meeting a couple years ago about the River's Edge. At that time, the school board made a presentation, and they reassured us that there was enough schools, enough room that could handle all the growth that was coming through River's Edge, and nothing would be needed until the school bond was paid off in 2029. And then you came back and said you needed another bond. Fiscally responsible is what we need to look at. My budget, nobody helps me with my budget. You have some additional funds available, use them. 37% is way too high. I've worked for 42 years and just retired a couple years ago. My Social Security increase last year was 2.5%. 37% isn't going to cut it in my new budget. I don't mind helping the kids. I was raised in this county. I raised my 3 kids in this county, and I have 7 grandkids going to schools in this county. But I don't think we have a real plan as to what we're going to use this money for. What is state of the art? I know of a teacher that's in one of the new high schools down at Westfield, and she has 8 large screen TVs in her room. Is that fiscally responsible? I think we need to look at what we're really going to spend this money on, and let's make a real plan as to how we can help the kids in our community have wonderful teachers and pay them what they need to be paid. And I thank you for your time.
Is Clint Munns? Oh, you're right there. Clint, you're up. Sorry, Mindy, you're next.
I'm not the rodeo clown that everybody accuses me of. So. I'm Clint Munns from North Garden, Box Elder County. I'm a 4th generation farmer that my great grandfather established in the late 1890s. I also serve on a culinary drinking board, and the bylaws in that, don't ask me to quote page, paragraph, anything, but they say anybody coming onto this system will pay all expenses. That means engineering costs if they have to enlarge the line so the rest of the stockholders do not suffer with water, and the existing stockholders don't pay any of their expansion. I can't see why our Box Elder County commissioners 3 years ago brought in Lakeshore School Supply Industry Building in Garland. They give them 65% tax credit, no pay taxes, for 25 years. Now, is that sensible for our large school district? I'd like to charge our school board to be part of that planning and zoning of Box Elder County, so that these industries think they're going to come in, bring a lot of families, which makes us do all this expansion, nobody can tell what it is, so that these businesses are going to come in, they're going to pay their fair share of taxes. I also serve on the County Cemetery District Board. I was put in that position in '91. And I was instructed that said, the mill levy on the people's homes, you won't have to worry about changing it for money. Lazy Boy Chair Company and Morton Thykol were the 2 industries in Box Elder County, and they were honorable companies that paid their fair taxes. To me, Lakeshore is not an honorable company, and I charge you guys to kind of watch out and talk with the commissioners that none of that happens again. We can't afford it. Thank you.
Mindy, Kristen Riley, Jed Abbott, Renee Tracy, and Brian Bolingbroke.
Hello, I'm Mindy White. I had actually written out some things, but after sitting here listening to everybody today, I don't want my taxes raised. I don't want them raised on my mom and dad. I don't want them raised on my mother-in-law. I don't want them raised. But I'm willing to do that because of the kids. It really is about our students. I see you guys. I see our belt team, our principals, our teachers, our coaches, our paras, our bus drivers, doing everything they can to make sure that our kids have a safe and wonderful learning environment. I don't think anybody really is opposed to giving teachers raises, but we cannot create safe learning spaces without a tax increase for our students. I know everybody doesn't agree with the plan. I don't, and I understand. It's hard to know what is right and what is wrong when you don't get to see the bigger picture. We have, one of the things that I get to do with the district is we deal with out-of-bounds students, and we used to have uncrowded schools, and we used to have schools that were open to out-of-bounds students. Parents who lived in a different school than where their childcare were, they were able to apply for an out-of-bounds attendance and get accepted and go to a school that they didn't live in, but they needed to be able to take their kids to that school because of childcare, and that's no longer an option. Our schools are overcrowded. We have no open schools. We have Snowville, Grouse Creek, and Park Valley, or Willard and 3 Mile, and even those classes are very full. Parents don't have options. Parents who need childcare don't have options. Our district, we need to give more options to our students. I feel like our school board and those of us who work for the district, our #1 priority is the children, the kids, the students in our district. That's who we need to look out for, and that's who we need to serve. And therefore, I support this really hard decision. It's a huge decision, and I do understand the impacts on people. I have lots of family and loved ones on fixed incomes, and I don't want to see them pay more. But somebody paid more for me, somebody paid more for my education, for my children's education, for their education. And we're willing to do that for others, and I hope that you guys understand that.
Hi, I am Kristen Riley, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I think we can all agree no one shouted for joy when we got our tax increase, that everyone was like, yay, I get to pay more. No one in this room thought that, including all of you. I have taught at only Title I schools for the last 8 years, and it is a privilege. It is an opportunity of a lifetime to be able to do this. So it's not lost on me that these kids that I work tirelessly for and their families will be affected by this. However, I also see the flip side of that. I have worked the last 4 years in a portable, which I would look at that as partially being one of the lucky ones because I had air conditioning. But there are 9 portables at North Park Elementary right now. That is not safe. With the new law that the legislature has passed that we have to lock our doors at all times, as has been brought up before, that puts us as educators at almost an impossible situation. I would like you to think for just 1 second what that's like when a child has to go use the bathroom. They have to get the key, they have to go in there, then they have to come and knock on my door and interrupt my instruction to be able to let them back in my classroom. That's difficult. I also would like to just say I've had the unique opportunity to be an intern, an administrative intern starting this summer. And my eyes have been opened wide at what our district leadership does for us and the tireless hours that they put in for us as educators. I had no idea. I've worked 12, 13-hour days alongside my principal. So it's very disheartening when I hear people say that they don't deserve what they're being paid. We work hard, as does everyone else. And I appreciate that this is a difficult situation for everyone. I'd just like to read something to you that says, and it's called Choose Your Hard. It says, marriage is hard, divorce is hard, choose your hard. Sorry, my eyes are. Obesity is hard, being fit is hard, choose your hard. Being in debt is hard, being financially disciplined is hard, choose your hard. Communication is hard, not communicating is hard, choose your hard. Life will never be easy, it will always be hard, but we can choose our hard. I would add, raising the taxes of people you know are struggling is hard. Not building new schools and addressing our vast problem with the educational future is hard. Choose your hard. Thank you for being willing to choose hard.
All right, our next.
Oh, hold on, Keith.
Oh.
Board President, can we take a 5-minute break? Is everyone okay with that? Okay. Suck. Okay.
I just want to, so are we going to take just a quick 5-minute break? So here are the next 5 after this 5-minute break. Renee Tracy, Ryan Bolenbrook, Calvin Bingham, Deanna Hardy, and then, are you?
Terry Taylor's right here.
Oh,
Terry Taylor is after our Zoom calls. So we go Deanna Hardy, Ryan
You're-
Cosgrove, Jason Odell,
oh,
Mark
you're Jed.
Taylor,
You're first.
Scott Nelson, then Terry
You're
Taylor.
up next. So we're gonna have 5 minutes, then we'll go with you, Jed. Thank you. My problem is you're sitting right in front of me, and I'm looking yonder and don't see you over there.
You are. Let me tell you where you're at. There, we did have 150 people, but about half are not showing up. So I was gonna respond to it. I went to delete it because anyway, and I saw you commenting and said, "What don't you agree with?" I don't agree with the mudslinging back and forth of the legislation. I agree that they unintentionally make decisions that have unintended consequences for us that are difficult. With kindergarten, when it became all-day kindergarten, the funding was cut for all the parents. We don't have space. They didn't put that money into below the line, so it goes in. Either we cut the positions or, do you know what I mean? There's just a lot of things that they're like, oh, we're going to fund this as part of the WPU, and it looks like they're giving us more money, but really then you have to spread the money out. Like they cut elementary counselor funding, and so coaches, literacy coaches, they cut funding for that. So either we fund it as a district or those positions go away. Yeah. I think Tom Peterson tries really hard to represent us. Like, he spoke up because he felt like we were bashing him, and I don't want people to think that's what I meant by that post. Just that we have to consider when things are moved around, money's moved around. You know what I mean? You're number 89, and I think we just finished 63. But like I said, it's going to where about half the people are not showing up. It's okay. Say a lot when people say, like, wow, we had a 25% increase on cost of living, but our teachers got a 0.5% last year. You know, there's just things that, unless you say it, I don't know, here I sit in as many of these meetings as I possibly can, and I still am, I don't know what the right answer is, and I don't blame people for being upset, and I wish I could do more. My inclination is to get by, and then that's why we're in the situation we're in, you know?
I don't know, I feel like both you and Jamie told me that I didn't comments, and I'm like, do I really speak the way that I want to speak? You know what I mean?
Mills does such a great job. Speaking from the heart, so we do. You've heard how many people have, you know? The reality is, if we hadn't let the taxes drop, if we would have just kept them stable, our teachers would be doing better financially, and we'd probably have more in reserve, you know? Just what it is.
Thanks,
We're going to get started now.
All righty.
Mr. Meekum, can you give me just 1 minute?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank the constituents in this room who have been so respectful as people are talking and made it so that we could all focus and pay attention to the people at the podium. That has been huge for me, and I'm really we have received some complaints from the other rooms, and I realize I'm delayed in those other rooms about 30 seconds. It's a long delay, right? About that. But we have received some complaints in the other room that it's not as easy to hear the people speaking because so much individual chatter is going on. So if you could refrain from talking amongst yourselves so that everyone in those rooms, I don't know what camera, there's so many cameras, Robert, I don't know where I'm supposed to look to talk to them, but thank you for being here. We just ask that you respect those who are speaking at the podium so that everyone in all 3 rooms can hear what's being said. That would be great. Thank you, Mr. Meekum.
All right, just checking Zoom. Can you still hear the meeting?
A thumbs up, or if
I
someone
hear a
wants
thumbs
to.
up.
No,
I
okay.
see a thumbs up. Thank you. All right, we're gonna regroup again. Jed Abbott, followed by Renee Tracy, Brian Bolingbroke, Calvin Bingham, Deanna Hardy. Jed.
I'm Jed Abbott, and I really didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I'm going to tell you, my mother was a school teacher. My daughter is right now, and I really appreciate what they've all done and what you guys have done. But I'm going to make this short and sweet. The tax increase is totally wrong. It was voted down by the public. You should listen to it. Listen to the people. If you don't, you're doing wrong. Absolutely wrong. As far as the rest of it goes, you can do these buildings. I've been in construction for many years. I've built a lot of buildings like this. Some of these prices that I'm hearing are so far out of whack that it's not funny. We had to cut corners on everything and make the buildings proper and sound, and we did that every day. So I know you can cut the prices on these down, but I just want to say that this increase is so totally wrong. You've heard people say that they can't afford it. They really can't. They're on a fixed income. I get that. I'm on one too. So you just have to really be serious about what you're doing and look at what you're thinking and not pass this. Thank you.
All right, Renee. Oh, you're right here, right in front of me. Thank you, Renee.
I'll get better though. Renee Tracy, Garland, okay? I've been trying to sit here all night listening to these nice comments, pros and cons, trying to keep an open mind, okay? And pro, yes, I think things need to be done. Con, not with this proposal, okay? I don't agree with it at all. I vote no, twice, okay? I think it's odd to me that a proposal that was voted down once before has come back and it's worse than the first one. You're asking for a whole lot more and offering a whole lot less. And I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. But yes, the kids need things, but give them what they need, not what they want, right? Put some limits on it. Put some limits on yourselves there. Budgets are made for a reason.
and you got to live within them. I mean, it just makes common sense. So I appreciate what you do. I appreciate the teachers. Good garbage. I'd hate to have 30 kids of my own all day long, you know. Whew, one was plenty. But there needs to be some adjustments to this proposal to make it work. A whole lot. I'd talk to you all day about it if you want, with ideas, but I think you got a whole lot of good ideas in this room. And so, like I say, I vote no. Yeah, 3 times. Thank you.
All right. Brian. After Brian, we're going to go Calvin Bingham, Deanna Hardy, and then we're going to have 3 Zoom comments from Ryan Cosgrove, then Jason Odell, then Mark Taylor. Brian. I haven't started.
It didn't go through, so I either typed in your email.
I didn't find them, so I figured they hadn't gone through.
Just know that
you will.
I tried to send it, and I'll get
You
it
will.
to you, but we need to get the right email address. So I typed in something wrong. Sorry.
Who do I talk to her?
No, I'll talk
Yeah,
to you.
that'd be great. Step over here on your way.
Okay, I'll
out.
talk to her.
Right when you're done commenting.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you.
When I got my notice, I'll be honest, I was pissed. And I thought, you know, didn't we just address this last year and we voted no against it? So I came with an open mind and I talked to Tiffany, and I see that there's a need, and I appreciate you guys for what you guys do. I really do, because you guys are between a rock and a hard place. You really are. But I like the suggestions that's been presented in this room, and I think, for me, what I wish you guys would do is take a look at your budget, because like most people here said, you know, when things happen, we have to adjust our budget. I don't know if you guys have done that, being really honest, but I wish you would, and maybe take a really hard pencil and just take a look at everything and say, do we really need this, or do we really need that in your existing budget, not the new one, but the existing one. And then take a look at, I like what this lady over here said that she's since left. She says, you know, can't we do something smaller? Why does it have to be this or this? Can't we do something here in the middle? I think most of us could get behind something in the middle. I mean, we all agree that teachers need raises. There's nobody, I don't think anybody that disagrees with that, but just something in the middle, not this or this. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Can I request that you try to talk more into the mic? I'm losing you this hour. Last time you were
Is it low enough?
too loud. Yeah, get closer to it, please.
My name is Calvin Bingham. About, I don't know, probably 40 years ago, I was on my way to Logan, listening to KSL, and they said that the 2 worst professions you could be in for economic gain were farming and education. And I thought, boy, that shows you how smart I am, because I'm in both of them. That being said, I hope that my 38 years as a full-time employee at Box Elder School District and my additional 13 years coaching, I hope that I learned a few things. I read an article here a couple of years ago that rated Cache County as the best school district in the state. And I know Cache County has an entirely different tax base than what we have. You go over there and there's construction everywhere. But I hope that we will try to at least maintain status quo. And I'm convinced that we can't maintain status quo by maintaining the status quo tax rate when costs are going up like they are. I know it's tough. I appreciate your willingness to serve. I listened to a program on Saturday where the moderator
was conducting the survey, and he asked people to vote on was it justified not to run for office in government or school board because of posed threats or demeaning comments or harassment from people, and the overwhelming results were that it was. And so I admire you for your willingness to step forward and do this. This is a tough decision to make. I realize that. I had 6 sons. None of them live here. I don't have any grandkids that are going to be going to Box Elder School District. Yet my kids benefited tremendously from their experience here. I read an article once that said if you want to raise successful kids, it requires involvement, significant involvement by somebody other than the parents, like grandparents, teachers, coaches, church leaders, somebody other than parents. And so I hope that we'll do what we need to do to support our teachers. I want you to support this. That's the way I feel about it. Thanks for your time.
Deanna?
Okay, Deanna Hardy, representing the Box Elder Committee of Liberty. In the 10 Commandments, it states, "Thou shalt not covet or steal." The school district is doing both along with the rest of the government. The voice of the people just recently voted down the school district's $220 million bond, and now the school district is trying again to covet and steal our money through this alternative method, which we are sure you've already made the decision to increase our taxes. This will be the 5th tax increase in 10 years. This is unsustainable for the people of this county. Each representative is supposed to be representing their constituents, but the voice of the people is being ignored. When those that cannot pay their property taxes file for a circuit breaker to pay a reduced property rate, the rest of the citizens then have to pick up the shortfall. The middle class is being squeezed out of their property, which is a communist goal to destroy the middle class and property rights. Whether you realize it or not, the consequences are the same. Just think, having your home paid off, but you have to pay rent to the government to stay in your home that you have worked for all your life. Property taxes are theft, immoral, and needs to be eliminated. The Lord tells us in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, 10 through 11, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved, God shall send them strong delusions that they should believe a lie. In D&C 101, 77 through 95, the Lord speaks that it is not right for any man to be in bondage, and that the Lord established the constitution of this land by the hands of wise men whom he raised up unto this very purpose, in maintaining the rights and protection of all flesh. Our school district and government keep putting the citizens into further bondage and taking of our property, denying the citizens their inalienable rights given by our Heavenly Father. Our public education system is a socialist education system. It is not a matter of if, but when it will collapse, because eventually you will run out of other people's money. No one should be forced to pay for another person's education. This is an incorrect principle. Agency versus force was a battle fought in the war in heaven, and it is the same battle fought on earth. Our educational system needs to go to a free market system so that if you as a parent do not like what is taught, you can take your money and go to someplace else. This would be liberty and justice for all. 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins and will heal their land. We have a lot of repenting to do. The Box Elder Committee of Liberty encourages parents to be wise and flee the socialist education system and homeschool their children, or find like-minded parents and form school co-ops. Then they will have better control over what is taught and how the money is spent. Free agency is always better than force. Warnings were given about going to public education system by a prophet of God, but the warning was not heeded, and now we are living in tyranny. Nullification is the rightful remedy of any government usurpation, and the people need to stand and say no more tax increase. Thank you. I didn't finish the rest, but I'll give you the paper.
we're going to go to Ryan Cosgrove. Ryan, you should be able to unmute, and then you should have the opportunity to.
He hasn't called my name. Terry Taylor, I think he was given that.
Some people signed up before coming, so I think 50 or 60. So almost there.
All right, Ryan, are you still with us online? Okay. Not hearing a Ryan, we're going to go with Jason Odell from online Zoom. All right, we're going to go with Mark Taylor. Mark, can you go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
القواسم لنا صيحة الحق حين التصادم فنحن الأسود نفل.
Mute it, turn it off. Turn it off. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Turn it off.
Something, yeah.
All right, Mark, let's try this again.
Hold on, can we, is it legal to only do audio for the Zoom and not display cameras for other people?
I don't know the answer to that, but given what just happened, I don't see why that's not reasonable.
Is that something we can do?
I believe it's what we need to do tonight.
I believe I can, we'll ask that they'll just use audio now.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, Mark, can you hear us? Mark?
You're gonna get hijacked on this if you keep the video on. It's just what's gonna
Can we, Robert, can we display like a presentation so it doesn't show?
Can we have them on Zoom? Maybe email me their comments and I'll read them out loud. Will that work? If you were waiting in line on Zoom, my email address is heidijo.west@besd.net. If you'll send us your comment, I'll read it over the microphone. So we're going to do about 4 people to give those of you who wanted to make a comment virtually a chance to do that and gather. And so we'll skip Mark Taylor and come back to you. Terry Taylor. You know what? Terry Taylor and then Scott Nelson.
Hi, my name's Terry Taylor. I have lived in Tremont for 1.5 years, and I am shocked when I got my bill. We moved from Texas. We thought we were coming to a nice Christian community, which It generally is, but I have to say I have seen more Christianity in my community from Texas than I have from here. As I have studied scriptures, it has been called that this is a land of liberty. Liberty means you have the freedom to choose. Bonds have been voted down, and you're like the kingmen. You don't like what you got, so you find another way to get it. That is a lack of liberty. I think we are not going back. In the Declaration of Independence, it says that one of the reasons we wanted to be independent is we wanted taxation with representation. There is blood on this land for people who wanted freedom of choice. In the 16th Amendment, it gives you the right to tax income. It does not give government the right to tax property taxes. In Texas, they are fighting this because it is against the Constitution. George Washington, he said, I should be pained to believe that they have forgotten that agency which was so often manifested during revolution, or that they failed to consider the competence of that God who alone is able to protect them. I have listened to people say we have to either accept the taxes or we have to reject the taxes. I appreciate the teachers and the administrators that love our children. I have grandchildren that are going to attend here. I appreciate those who are in a hard position that are losing their homes because we keep demanding things they can't give. We talk about the stress of children, but if your family is homeless, if they are stressed financially, I would say, why do we need 5 superintendents? Why can't we have 1? Why do we need 5 vice principals? Superintendents get like $140,000. Let's cut it. Let's listen to the people and have compassion for where they're at. It isn't either or. I have not heard anybody petition Heavenly Father and say, we're between a rock and a hard place. Here I am in a Christian community and nobody has petitioned Heavenly Father. You know, in the Old Testament, when the Israelites were in bondage, the Lord took 300 people. And they went, and without any weapons, they had their lunch, their lights, and a trumpet. And they defeated their enemies with the Lord's help. We're between a rock and a hard place. We need to petition Heavenly Father. When Mosiah, when he didn't have anybody to confer the kingdom on, he came up with the judges. We need to petition the Lord. We don't have rain. Why do you think that is? We're destroying our liberties.
Thank you.
All right.
We have Mark's statement if we want.
Oh, yeah, why don't you read that?
Okay, we're going to go read Mark Taylor's statement, and then we'll go to Scott Nelson. So, good evening, members of the board, district leadership, and fellow community members. My name is Mark Taylor. I am a former teacher, school-level administrator, and district-level administrator for Box Elder School District. I now work in a neighboring district, but I did not leave BESD because I was unhappy. The district is still and always will be my home. I am a tax-paying citizen of Box Elder County. My children attend Box Elder schools, and I care deeply about the quality of education they and their classmates receive. I know no one wants to see taxes go up, but what many may not realize is that this hearing isn't about new spending. It's about maintaining what we already have. Utah's truth in taxation law automatically lowers tax rates as property values rise, which means school districts collect the same amount year after year, even as costs go up. Unless the board goes through this public process, the district automatically loses funding and falls further behind. Over the years, the board and district leadership has worked hard to honor residents' desire to keep taxes low, but now we're at a point where inflation, legislative funding cuts,
and facility needs are colliding. Even though the recent bond didn't pass, the needs, including safe buildings, functioning infrastructure, and competitive salaries for educators, have not gone away. And we have to be honest, Box Elder is losing teachers and educational leaders to other districts and other careers because our compensation simply isn't as competitive as it needs to be. Good teachers, principals, and district leaders are leaving, not because they don't love our students, but because they simply can't ignore the pay gap. That has a direct, lasting effect on the quality of education in our schools. I know our board and district leadership do not take this decision lightly. This is not about greed and it's not about extras. It's about ensuring that our schools can function, our programs can continue, our buildings can be safe, and our teachers can afford to stay. It also paves the way to plan for the future by having a 1-year, 5-year, 10-year plan, etc. Tonight's hearing is about doing what is best for students sitting in our classrooms today and for the generations who will follow them. Approving this tax rate adjustment will help restore and sustain the resources our students deserve. I urge everyone to support the school board to act with the short-term and long-term needs of our students in mind. The investment we make now will positively impact our students for years to come. Thank you for your time, your service, and your commitment to Box Elder students.
All right, we're going to go with Scott Nelson, followed by Ron Taylor, Rue Wiley, Jessica Nielsen.
I am sure you're all ready to go home, as am I. Superintendent, members of the board, and staff, I appreciate it letting me take a couple of minutes just to express a few comments. There's a saying that says perception is reality. And with a little bit of background, I grew up here in the Box Elder School District. I attended Corinne Elementary, as did my father before me. Graduated from Box Elder High, as did my wife, who also was an employee and teacher at Discovery Elementary for about 7 years until I hired her away. We've got 7 grandkids that are in school here in the district. Trust me when I say we really do want the best for the district. That said, this increase of this magnitude and the plans that have been laid out for it and what I've been able to read don't seem like the best plan. I think if you would go back through the minutes of the meeting, consider the comments that have been made, I would advocate that you defer, postpone, take a minute and regroup and look at what comments were made and see if there's not a better way. I appreciate learning the reason for putting 9th grade back in the high school to give them better access to the college classes and so forth. I didn't realize that until tonight. But a field house, now again, perception. So if we look at the recent remodel of Box Elder and Bear River High Schools, I can only speak to Box Elder High, but as I understand it, that great remodel and all that expense netted us 2 fewer classrooms than we had before the remodel. Can't say that that makes a lot of sense to me. AstroTurf, when there's still no air conditioning in so many of the schools, I can't say that that's really furthering education. And then if we talk about Mountain View Elementary, which was deemed unsuitable, gosh, we can't continue there, let's build Golden Spike. But the Boys and Girls Club are finding it to be fabulous, and it wasn't nearly as bad as they were afraid it was going to be. Perception is we're not managing things well. I suggest we regroup, reconsider. There have been some great suggestions this evening that I would highly recommend you look at to better serve the community and retool and come back at it again. It's not that I don't support education, I just don't support this particular measure as written. I'd urge you to vote against. Thanks.
Ron? Yep, you're up. And then Rue Wiley, Jessica Nielsen, Cindy Payne. It sounds like Jessica might not be here. Okay. And then Aaron Nielsen on deck. So, Ron, you're up.
Thank you. I've only been a citizen here for a little over a year. I've lived in 14 different school districts around the country in 9 different states. I've paid taxes in many different areas. I have never even come close to getting a 37% increase for a tax entity. That alone, the one guy said he was PO'd. Well, that's what it does to you. I voted against the bond, and now I've asked a number of people about the legal rights for this board to be able to institute tax increases. So apparently you have that legal right. So I don't have a defense against that, but I certainly feel like I would not be represented properly after it was voted down by more than 2-1. And the numbers here so far are not quite 2-1, but there's an awful lot of educators and teachers that have unbalanced that as not representation of the tax-paying citizenry. But I think the guy's name was Mr. Capener, explained that there was ways we could do things and save money and get things done. There's a number of people that talked about they wanted to be on committees that could help support looking out of the box or finding other ways to do it. I've worked 50 years. I have run many different facilities with many people under me. We've had to do capital projects. We've had to run industries. I've had a lot of employees. I understand the HR side of it. There was always a way when you were forced to put in austerity or find another way to do it. There was always a way to find a better way to do it or to support the constituency. I feel, like many others have said, there's got to be another way to do this. Step back, look at it again, and let's see, get the support of those that have ideas that might be out of the box, that might work. Listen to the citizenry. So I'm against a 37% increase. I agree that the teachers may need more, that the students need a better, safer environment, but I think if we work at it and look at it hard enough, we can find another way to do this without ticking off half of the taxpayers. And the ones that are low income or fixed income, which I'm at, won't be so ticked off. If you were putting in a 10% increase and then another one next year for 10% with this idea of getting the right schools, I think I could support that. Thank you.
God, you've already cut 5 seconds off me. Jeez.
He was a coach. He didn't run the clock.
Okay, I'm going to take a different approach. Mr. Hyde, you're going to go down this line with me because we're just about the same age. Back in about 1895, they built the high school up on 5th East. That high school stood there until about 1962, where they moved it down to where it is now. That auditorium, my brother would be 80 years old if he was still alive, and he attended that high school the first year. Okay, in 1965, Wade, I don't know if you remember this or not, but we were in the old high school and they tore it down and we jumped into the new high school, 1965. That's 60 years ago. That building is a little bit old. The middle school here and the middle school in Tremont are built with unreinforced masonry. If we have, not if, when we have a 3.8 earthquake, that building's coming down. Your kids are going to be in that building. Don't you think that they deserve the right to live? And even if it's at midnight, they're going to have to safety inspect that building, and then you're going to go online schooling. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay? I am also a vet, and the history department at the middle school invites us up to talk about what we did in the military. So it's kind of fun to go up there and be in uniform and talk to the kids about it. But you look at everything that's in the top of that building and how many Band-Aids they put in that stupid thing. It is time we reinvent that school. Over 50 years ago, my dear mother, who bless her soul, said taxes have to increase for our children because they are our future. They are the future leaders. They're the ones that are going to be sitting here for you. We need to increase taxes, and I am like everybody else. I hate taxes. Mr. Stevens, you put a QR code up on the board for us that are on fixed incomes that are over 65. We need to have that QR code so all of us old folks here can get that tax relief. Yeah, we're on fixed income. I understand that. But the kids are our future. We need to do something for our future. When I turn around and walk back, it's going to say something about grandkids. I'm going to have a great-grandchild attending that middle school. I want her in a new school. I want her where the technology is going to be able to be used. Thanks, Wade, for letting me pick on you.
All right, just making sure Jessica's not here. We're going to go with Cindy Payne, Aaron Nielsen, Gary Bill. Lori Emerson. I'm Aaron Nielsen. Oh, I was waiting for the name to call before. Sorry, Aaron. Oh, yeah, I got you. So, Aaron, you're up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for hearing us out tonight. I do appreciate one aspect of this experience tonight. My kids have been trying to teach me what the word gaslighting means. So I now know exactly what the word gaslighting means. I came in here in my notes, I very specifically was planning on endorsing the idea of a 2.16% raise for the school teachers. That's a pretty noble aspect of this conversation. Neil pointed out that they've received a 4% increase already. I work for a multi-billion-dollar company. I got the highest raise in my entire department, and I got 2.5%. That's, you know, the world's not experiencing a 6.2% raise. I understand that it's competitive. I work with industry that is experiencing the same war for employees. That exists. It's a real problem, but these increases are not sustainable. It's not realistic. Along with gaslighting, we talk about the average home experiences about a $33 increase per month. That's on a $450,000 house. I live in a very modest house. The tax assessor told me it's worth almost $700,000. That's a much bigger increase than $33 a month. I'm also a business owner in this community. The property tax increase on my business went from $25,800 last year to almost $50,000. Okay, so when you guys say that the homeowner's only experiencing a $33 a month raise, an increase, the businesses in our community are getting absolutely annihilated. And the only way these businesses survive is to pass it on to everybody. Everybody in our community gets to feel that pain also, on top of what you guys are telling them is the impact. Okay, so in my business, that's going to be a $9 per month raise to every one of my customers. So when you guys consider that, it's on top of, and I'm one of how many businesses in our community that are going to experience the exact same thing. I don't fabricate money somehow. My business requires that I collect from customers. So you guys are turning me into the tax collector. You're taking this burden and you're putting it on me and any other business owners. We become the pass-through. And you're not talking to these guys about that impact. You're hiding that impact. There's a lot of teachers in here that have impacted my children's lives. I've seen many of these people at games, all kinds of things. My dad was a high school teacher. He retired from Box Elder High School. I've never once heard him complain about his salary, and I'll tell you why. He worked 7 hours a day, 9 months out of the year. He could not raise our family of 8 children on a teacher's wage. But he didn't work 12 months out of the year as a teacher. He spent his summers working. I don't work 9 months out of the year to make my salary. I work 12 months out of the year. It's all, this has got to be a no. This is not the time.
Neil pointed out that 2030 might be a good time to talk about this. I think he argued for the no more than anybody in this room.
All right, is Gary Bill here? Lori Emerson? Okay, Travis Heiner. After Travis, we're going to go Douglas Call. Nice hat. And then Anne Marie Hall.
Good evening. Excuse me. I don't think anybody here doesn't want to take care of our children. I've got 3 kids that are going to be coming into school. They're barely starting preschool this year, and I'm excited for that. And I don't think any one of us doesn't appreciate our teachers. But like we've talked about before, this is just too much. We are not an unlimited well that can be drawn from. We've talked about inflation. We've talked about wages not keeping up with inflation. And that's the truth. We've also heard, when this bond didn't pass, a lot of us signed up to be on a council or to be contacted to come up with a solution. I was one of those. I signed up twice. I didn't hear anything. And so when I got my statement saying that my taxes were going to go up and that 37% of that was going to be from the school board, I was shocked, wondering why I wasn't contacted. Because I have a lot of good ideas that I've discussed with multiple people with my wife. And listening here tonight, I've been here since 6 o'clock tonight. I thought I'd get a seat in this room, but it was already taken because there's so many concerned citizens. But some of the things that just really concerned me, we cut $800,000 from student fees so kids can take pottery classes for free. When I was a student, I paid $25 so I could take a photography class. I shouldn't expect somebody else to pay that student fee for me. Now, that $800,000, that would have covered that 2% increase for our teachers if we would have kept that. Impact fees. We've talked about a lot of the people that are coming in. I'm from Tremonton, and we have a ton of housing developments there. We need to find a way to get them to pay their fair share for these new housing developments. They're the ones that need to be paying for this because they're going to be bringing in the extra students that we're going to be facing. So I agree with a lot of these people. I'm happy to help out. I'm happy with a 10% increase, but we just can't do everything all at once. It's not feasible, and it's unresponsible. Thank you.
Board members, I'm Douglas Call, a refugee dairy farmer from Idaho, but this bud isn't ready to be planted yet. I have spent more time in Utah, my wife proudly claims, than I did in Idaho. One thing, our schools are sadly lacking. They're not teaching basic skills. If they do not see it in the cash register, they can't make change. If you give them a penny to even out the change to a nickel or a dime, they don't understand it. Basic math, it's a calculus. Basic math is lost on them. In 1776, there was a war fought. It was because of taxation without representation. This is taxation without representation. We voted down that tax. And we had a Tea Party also in protest of taxes. September 28th, 2020 Utah State Treasurer David Damlison announced that the Permanent State School Fund will make the largest ever distribution to Utah schools next year. This is 2020. Stated record a record 92.8 million from the Permanent School Fund, a 4.5 increase from this year's distribution of 88.83 million, and a 12.3% increase from last year's distribution of 82.66 million. Each school's community council, comprised of parents, teachers, and principals, annually determines the greatest academic needs of their students. The funding for the school land trust is a reliable source of funding. The Utah State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Sidney Dickerson, said the first year of the program, average per pupil cost was $10. The distribution increased to an average of $130 per student. The funds allowed the meaningful decision of making at the local level. The School Land Trust program is a distribution of a total of $704.4 million to Utah schools in its inception in 1999. In February 7th, 2023, public schools received an historic $101 million distribution from the State Tool Fund. Anyway, thank you for your time, and my taxes have increased
Thanks, Doug.
over 400% since we have been here.
Thanks, Doug.
Let's see, Anne Marie Hall, and then Jess.
We missed Chelsea McFarland.
Oh.
Is she gone?
Is Chelsea McFarland here?
No. Okay.
Okay, so let's go Anne Marie Hall, Jessica Stratford, Conrad Hom, and Teresa Dickamore.
Hello, everybody. My name is Anna Marie Hall, and I'm a parent at Lakeview Elementary. And I would just like to read this quote quickly. It's from Genevieve R. Curtis. She was the first woman on the school state board, the school board of education for the state of Utah. And she said, "Many things for which we will spend public money may be postponed. We may interrupt the building of a bridge, the improvement of a road, and then 10 years later go on with it about where we left off. But if we interrupt public training for children and then 10 years later go on with it about where we left off, we will find them grown up and grown up wrong. We cannot say to a child, next year we shall see about improving your instruction and health. Next year we shall provide a course on citizenship for which society is pressing problems. Tomorrow I shall try to understand your heart and gain your confidence. For the child, it is a matter of now or never. The child cannot grow up twice." Now, I would just like to state that we are here for our kids, and we can push it down the road. I am a parent volunteer at Lakeview. I do a lot. We do a lot. Our group does a lot, and we see it. Lakeview isn't going to benefit from this, and that's okay, because I have other children that will benefit. I have 5 children. 4 of them will be in the public school system. We need to invest in our children and in their future. They are the power. They are the future. That is what will differentiate them. We are preparing them for jobs that don't even exist yet. And it is our responsibility, as it was for those who've gone before us, to invest in our children's future. Do I necessarily agree with everything that is in this proposal? No. But I do see the importance of investing and investing in the process, because hopefully down the road we will be able to get another school built in Lakeview. which was built in 1962. So tomorrow, if you'd like to come to our 63rd annual back to school night, we will be there. And we will be there supporting our children, and we will be doing the best that we can. We are putting lipstick on a pig. We cannot put lipstick on the pig forever because our schools are not safe. They are not reinforced masonry. We need to do better for our children. We owe it to them. And I feel as though there are a lot of people who say, we can't do it, we can't do it. Well, then when are we going to do it? When? Can I look my children in the eye and say, I'm sorry, but your safety and your education, I couldn't do it. I know there are fixed incomes. My parents are on fixed incomes. I get it, but we need to do it, and we need to do it.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Stratford. I am a parent of 5 children in our school system in the district, and I'm an employee of Box Elder School District. Have you ever been on a long family road trip in a small car with every seat belt taken, the trunk full of luggage, and no legroom? Working in a severely overcrowded school is like a 9-month-long family road trip. I am a kindergarten teacher at McKinley. I work in an overcrowded, outdated facility where cramped classrooms and aging infrastructure challenge our ability to serve students effectively. At my school, we have 7 portable buildings. Every spare inch of space is used. Administrators, coaches, and speech language pathologists have had to make offices out of cramped closet spaces. Tables for reading groups line nearly every hallway, as well as being held in classrooms. Spaces in the school that were never meant to be classroom space have been converted into classrooms because we have nowhere else to put teachers and their students. Like when starting out on a road trip, at the beginning of a school year in an overcrowded school, everyone is excited and looking forward to the journey. But as the months go on, the tight quarters start to wear on everyone. Our students deserve more than makeshift learning environments. They deserve safe, comfortable, and functional spaces that support their education and well-being. Teachers, myself included, do all that they can to make the best of what we have to work with, often spending hundreds of our own dollars to do so. The current conditions are simply not enough to meet their needs or foster their success. With the current rate of residential growth in our county and district, if nothing is done to improve our infrastructure in our buildings, things will only get worse. Our wonderful teachers will continue to do the best that they can, but we are struggling. We cannot wait. I've attended meetings, done hours of research, and I have only begun to understand what it takes to fund a school district, and it is a complex task, to say the least. I appreciate your tireless work and the fact that you are trying to do what is best for students right now. I do not envy the position that you as members of the school board are in, but thank you for all that you do for our students in our district, and thank you for your careful consideration tonight.
Okay, we're gonna go Conrad. After Conrad is Teresa Dickamore. And then Steve was right there.
Good evening, Board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this topic. I've heard from multiple people that we care about our kids, and I certainly do care about kids, and I care about their future. So I'd like to read a statistic to you from the U.S. News and World Report. Kids who are graduating from high school in Box Elder County, only 28% of them are proficient in math and only 48% proficient in reading. Let me ask you, are we actually doing our kids are we teaching them how to tackle the jobs of the future? Are you teaching them how to handle complex systems? I would argue you are not. You're clearly failing, and I don't see how this 37% increase, clearly bloated and not well targeted, is going to help you solve this issue. I work as a chemical engineer for Northrop Grumman. I've worked on multiple projects before. I know how to handle a project. If you want to handle this, you should have budgeted out all the construction, all the concrete, all the insulation, all the liners. You should have budgeted out from the contractors, got a quote and estimate. Your budgets look so fuzzy that it looks to me like you built in a slush fund because you didn't know exactly what you were trying to do. And clearly, that's not okay. If you want taxpayers to go ahead and appreciate and fund specific items, I think that people are more than happy to go ahead and reinforce schools. We're more than happy to go ahead and give teachers a salary increase. Put this under separate items to vote on individually. Do not put this all into one big bill. It makes absolutely zero sense to do this. I noticed that you also mentioned in your model that you made certain assumptions. For example, you assume that home values don't increase over time. Well, if you take a look at my home, property taxes back in 2020 were roughly $1,100. Right now in 2025, that's about $1,750-ish, and then the proposed increases push that well over $2,000. It makes zero sense to state that you are building in 0% increases in property value and basing it off of today. Where are you getting that number from? Where is this assumption? You had a bunch of other assumptions in your model that make absolutely zero sense. I'm asking you to please reconsider this. I'm asking you to do it thoughtfully and carefully. We're not saying that we don't care about kids. We're saying that we want to do this properly with a good plan in place. And I don't see that anyone has brought forward plans that actually make sense. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go with Teresa Dickamore, Steve Van Dusen, Rachel Ekman, Jason Nielsen, and Brandon Ekman.
I was third on the list, but I'll go ahead and come up. My husband Brandon had to leave because he has
The lateness.
really work.
But you're
Rachel
right?
Ekman,
Thank you.
I am a resident of Brigham City. I have 3 children in the Box Elder County School District. I have a background in public policy and government and education. And I truly do understand the need and the purpose for taxes, but I fully disagree with this increase, especially with it coming on the tail of a failed bond in November with similar goals, but also it's much more increased and just not as focused. As a parent, I do want safe schools for my children, and I am willing to pay the taxes for that, but I am also not confident that my current tax dollars in the school district are being used efficiently. Once I'm confident in that efficiency, I would be open to be discussing an additional tax increase. My husband and I were here for the board meeting starting at 6 o'clock today, and it was discussed there on where to find even the budget information that was discussed. And it was in such a dark corner of the website. There needs to be more proactive transparency with where the information is so that you don't have to know the tricks of where to look. Even things like the board meeting minutes are under district and board policies. Like, that does not make sense on where to go find that information. So even if you want to have that, to be able to analyze it yourself, it's impossible to find. There needs to be more proactive transparency, and we need to know what are the true needs of these schools instead of the niceties. We do want like big shiny buildings, but is that really what is necessary? Anyways, I look forward to looking through the budget documents now that I know where they're at, and I look forward to coming back to future board meetings.
Let's see. Ken Jones, Joe Schinkel, and Julie Schinkel, and Jesse Udy. Jamie, is there? Thanks, Ken.
Ken Jones out of Manaway. What's the point of a public hearing like this when the school bond, if you're just gonna raise taxes anyway? We already voted no on the school bond increase, and now you're trying to slide this massive tax increase onto us. We voted no, no means no. This 37% increase you're proposing will add $800 a year to my property tax. That's $66 a month. School boards and administrators should be held to a higher standard of transparency and accountability. Before any tax increase is passed, we need detailed financial reports and a clear, actionable plan justifying it. Historically, we've been told that more funding is the solution, but we have yet to see the evidence that additional money results in better outcomes. We need real accountability before we accept any more tax increases. If the school taxes are really necessary to make it fair for everyone to contribute, not just property holders, there's always been more, there's always been more equitable solutions. It's frustrating when superintendent is making $250,000 a year and figure this out, and yet to figure these problems out, yet we see no improvements in budgeting or education quality. It's clear the current approach is not working. Why not explore a more equitable tax structure like other states have a progressive income tax? For example, could generate more revenue without disproportionately affecting homeowners. This would ensure that everyone who benefits from the good schools is contributing fairly, not just the property owners. I don't think the priorities here, I don't think priority here is truly for the kids. It seems more like a power play by the superintendents and the other schools trying to flex their muscle for the most extravagant Taj Mahal school districts, as tough as though they're an endless pool of taxpayer money to dip into. For your information, Utah ranks 10 in the top states of taxation, and this additional burden is unsustainable. This tax increase isn't just an abstract number. It means cutting back on groceries, utilities, or even family activities that make life more enjoyable. We're not just taxpayers, we're families trying to survive. Let's see. The entire issue isn't about money, it's about proper budgeting. As long as the school districts can just raise taxes, there will never be a motivated manage for their funds effectively. Lastly, athletic programs should be sustainable and aligned with real needs of students, not just a select few. We don't need multi-million-dollar NFL stadiums or NBA-sized basketball courts. These facilities are for a tiny fraction of the kids who will never make it to the professional leagues. Instead, we should focus on creating real-life skills and opportunities for all students, not just indulging in the show-off facilities that most will never use to their full potential. Now, as you guys have already seen in here, I'm going to say the large majority is against this tax increase. I would think it must be so-called political suicide to even vote on this. Now, you see what has happened. We don't want it. Thank you.
All right. Is Joe or Julie Schinkel here? Jesse Udy? Kathleen Hoops? Kevin Wayment? Amanda Knorr? Susan Jensen? Roxanne, sorry. Thank you, Kevin. You're up.
Thank you. Been a long day, hasn't it? A long night. Thank you for letting me a few minutes. Earlier, Mr. Stevens spoke about what has been lost, yet there was nothing said about regarding projections such as the growth, etc. From 2021 and up to this proposed tax, 2025, I will have to endure almost an 83% increase on a couple properties, Park Valley, Utah, and Tremont, Utah. And I've endured paying those and will as a taxpayer. I understand the need for increases, and I believe you need to pay for quality talent, teachers, and so on. It's a must, and I agree with that. Yet, it sounds like there are a number of things we could do without until debts are satisfied, etc. We all must live within our means, and it is a must for our elected leaders to sharpen their pencils and find a way to balance the budget to the care of our, to take care of our teachers and rid our debt. And so once that debt is gone, just like anything else, then it would be the time to spend or buy new things or do those improvements to our school facilities, etc. There must be accountability placed on those who do not pay their fair share in property taxes, and we should not have to pay, and I'm going to use this word my wife said I shouldn't, the slackers. Please, I urge you to please review the absolute needs versus wants and bring a balance for both sides of the aisle. One little tidbit, I went to a Davis school, North Davis Junior High. It was a very old school back then, and we had to have, back then didn't have the, I mean, it was just an old building. And we had, later on, other buildings that we had to use. I can't remember the term that's used for these little buildings on the outside. The point is, that school was not remodeled for quite a number of years. Now, I don't know all the particulars, and I apologize, but just, they waited, and there was a reason, I'm sure. But please, both sides of the aisle, there's been a lot said tonight, and thank you for everybody here that gives to the Box Elder School and Box Elder County. Thank you.
All right, we have an online. Obviously, I'm a little anxious.
Keith,
But
what was Kevin's last name?
Wayment. I do have an online that's from Laura Wheatley, and Heidi Jo's going to read that.
Laura Wheatley says, I know this meeting is to speak with the board. However, I would like to briefly address my fellow taxpayers who said this board has lost their trust, or that this board is trying to sneak this tax increase in. That is exactly what these board members are not doing. As the law requires, they have tried in every conceivable way to tell the public about this new plan and invite them to email and communicate with them prior to this meeting and hold this meeting and allow people to publicly comment. As for the board, whom I know because I have come to many meetings over the last 3 years, I have learned how much love and care for our students, including my 6, you have. I am in favor of this new plan and appreciate all of you and how many hours you have spent talking to school employees, business owners, and many other residents. It will positively affect practically every child on the North End. Thank you. Laura Wheatley.
All right, let's see if we can get back. As Amanda Knorr, thank you. Amanda, as you come up, Susan Jensen, Roxanne Nay, Dwayne Roper, and Colt Hardcastle.
I'm Amanda Knorr. I'm a lifetime resident of the county. My grandchildren are the 6th generation to be educated in this district. I have heard the need of increased funding since I was a student in the 1980s, and that's not solved the problem. The problems are the exact same. In 2nd grade, I was a student in the bungalow, which was the portable now. That's what our librarian called it. But anyways, it's not changed. And when my kids were younger, I voted for a tax increase that I could not afford because it was supposed to help my kids, and it didn't. Because the money was not spent the way that the board had said that they wanted it done. And when I came to the district and talked to one of my former principals about it, he said, well, we let you have a community council to decide how you want to spend the money. Well, guess what? If you don't have the right name and you don't make the right income, you don't have a say and your kids don't benefit. I cannot afford this tax increase, and I voted no because I don't trust the way money is spent anymore. I agree with the other comments that you need to have everything lined out. I had to sell my dairy cows a couple years ago. This is the first time in being married for almost 29 years that I can't even buy groceries to feed myself. And I have grandkids in the schools, and I care about them, and they come and do their homework with me. I lived in the schools when my kids were students. I have devoted my life to children, not just my own, because I believe as a community, all the children are my children. We care about all kids, but this much of a tax increase is too big of a burden to a lot of people. And we need to know exactly how the money is going to be spent. And the things I've heard tonight have not given me confidence in that there is an actual plan moving forward. The school that I went to, after being there for a couple years as an elementary, they tore it down because it was built in 1911. And then they built a new one. And then they took all those kids out of that school and moved them to Discovery, and now Discovery's too full, but you got rid of the property. That doesn't make sense to me. And I really feel bad because I feel like this board probably inherited a legacy of distrust and mismanagement. I don't know. But this is a big burden for a lot of people, and it isn't because we don't love our kids. And another thing that I noticed is a lot of the people that are here speaking for it are employees of the district, and a lot of the people that are former employees and retired that I knew when my kids were in school are against this tax increase. That's what I've noticed tonight. I would vote against the tax increase for right now and get a better plan moving forward.
Let's see. Is Roxanne Ney here? Okay, we're gonna go to Colt Hardcastle, Hal R. Allen, and then Joseph Jensen, and then A.J. Gilmore.
I'm Colt Hardcastle. I live in Honeyville, Utah. My wife and I spent all of our life savings to buy a home here when we got married back in 2018. It's a place we love very dearly. When I bought my property, our property tax was $1,200 a year. $668 of that went to Box Elder School District. My house is just a small 2-bedroom home. They now say that my property has tripled in value as property values have gone up, and my property tax subsistence has gone up as well, to where I now pay $1,300 into Box Elder School District. With your increase, I will be paying $1,800 into Box Elder School District off of $2,500 of property tax. In other words, my property has apparently doubled in price. However, the school district has taken 3 times the amount in that. We very, very, very significantly, as the people of this county, denied the bond measure 70-30 back in November. It feels like a slap in the face and a stab in the back to come at us now with a 37% increase on our property tax. I have not had an increase of pay in the last 5 years. At the same time, my household budget has gone up $1,300 a month in just gas and groceries and electricity. I have gone back to shoeing horses on the side to my normal job to try and make sure that I keep ends meeting. I work as a life flight paramedic. When your child quits breathing at night, I'm the one that comes and breathes for them. I care about kids as much as anybody else. They're my priority. And quite frankly, I understand that there are needs within this school district. But tonight, when you hear everyone who's not an employee of this school district come in and say, do not pass this measure, and only school employees can come forward to say there's problems, I'd be ashamed to be you, Stephen Carlson, to have all of my employees coming in here listing off these problems. That is a failure of leadership. For you to have 3 times the revenue and still say it's not enough, when every time that we build a new home in this county, that's increased revenue, with every increased property value, there's increased revenue, and you still can't make ends meet, is a failure of leadership and core responsibilities. Do not pass this measure. I'm asking the board to deny it. And Carlson, if you can't figure out how to work within your means, I ask you to resign.
Yep, you're up, pal.
My name is Hal Allen. I'm here to tell you that I can afford the tax increase. Isn't that amazing? But I don't want to. I don't want to have to do that. When I heard the presentation, and I don't know all of the ins and outs of what you have been shown concerning the budget and what monies you need, but I didn't hear anything concrete. I heard a lot of generalities. I heard a lot of, both on income and expenses. I just don't think there's anything concrete that you guys can base this budget on other than 37% increase. I'm just going to suggest one thing that you, let's assume a 12% increase. Let's cut it by 2/3 and then work backwards. Decide which priorities are most important that will accommodate a 12% increase in your taxes, in our taxes, and then work to make that accommodation. And the other things that don't need to be done immediately, that aren't as much of a priority, then we'll move on and deal with it another year. Again, there's so many people, and I can afford it. I don't want to, but you know, you're between a rock and a hard place. But I think the rock and a hard place suggests that you need to decide where your priorities are, accommodate the tax increase to accommodate those priorities, and then move on from there for the next 2, 3, 4, or 5 years, so that we can all survive, so that the pressure isn't on all of us, including you guys, to make this work. And I think it can be done. There's been a lot of marvelous ideas about what you can do with the money you have. Most of us have to deal with, we don't have an increase in income. So what we're going to do is we're going to accommodate what we need to do with priorities to accommodate the money we have. And I think that the 37% increase is not and should not be the money you have. Whatever you agree upon, which is a reasonable increase, then that's the money that you can accommodate to spend on what needs to be done. Thank you.
Joseph Jensen. We're going to go A.J. Gilmore, Seth Watts, Peyton Smoot, Melissa Little.
Hello, A.J. Gilmore, live out in West Corinne. I'm an educator, I'm a parent. I recognize the sucky position you're in. I appreciate what you do for kids, how you fight for kids, how you fight for educators, how you fight for the future. There's no right answer. They all feel heavy, they all feel wrong, but the right thing is to fight for kids. The right thing is to do it for our students today and do it for our future. They need I don't know who paid for my education, but I'm very grateful for those generations that paid for me to go through school. I'm very grateful for the time and effort of our current educators that are getting my kids through school, helping them become productive citizens. And I look forward to not paying taxes, not paying this increase, but I look forward to being able to support our future generation. Because it's been stated many times before, but it's all about the kids. It's all about our future. And one day they're going to be us. And when we don't take care of them today, how do they take care of us and future generations tomorrow? So thank you.
Seth Watts. We go Seth, Peyton, Melissa.
I'm a dad of 3 kids, all under the age of 5. I work 2 jobs. I rent. I can't afford a home. I can't afford to put my kids in daycare. So my wife stays at home and takes care of the kids. And I get you guys don't control the housing market. These property taxes will break my family. And that is not a joke. We aren't making it by now. And I'm not just one of the 10% in the county. There's a lot of people teetering on that edge. But forget all of that. I want to go to what Mrs. Bocut said. Statistically speaking, if you want your kids to be safe in school, let dads be at home and not stressed about having to pay another tax. Because yes, it's a property tax and I don't own property, and that gets passed on to me, the renter. not the landlord, because that's not good business. They know how to keep numbers the way they're supposed to be. Tonight you were presented with an option to help you solve some of the issues with these schools. It is an obligation to seek out every option, especially one handed to you here, before voting on something that 2/3 of the county said no. And you guys put out a survey and they said, why? We can't afford it. We cannot. We don't care about our kids. We want to keep the money for ourselves. We want to go vacationing. No, I haven't taken a vacation in years. We can't afford it. Please. I want to be able to be there for my kids so they're not fatherless, but still have a dad in the picture. I want to be able to raise my children to be good people, to contribute to society. Not to say, oh, well, it's easier to live off of SNAP and WIC and have no job. The government will take care of me as long as I do what they say. Please, do the right thing. It is not your job to take money out of my pocket to fund kids that are not mine, that will not. I'm going to homeschool my kids. I want my kids to be safe. The greatest way to keep your kids safe, don't let them have the chance to be cyberbullied. Don't let them have the chance to be groomed by a teacher, and don't let them have the chance to get shot in school by another kid.
Thank you.
We're going to go, as Peyton comes up, we're going to go Peyton, Melissa Little, Connie Lemon, Toby Wright, Aaron Anderson.
All right, my name's Peyton Smoot. I've grown up in Brigham City my entire life. And now, like some people have said, most people in favor of this are employees. Well, I'm not an employee, but I am a product of this school district, and I'm very proud of it. I would like to say thank you, first off, for all you guys have done, the product that I was created to be here today. Education from you guys. Many of my teachers, directors, coaches are in this room and helped me grow the education that I want. And I want to pass that on to my kids as well. Now, there hasn't been very many kids my age or people, adult, I guess I'm an adult now, but 24, still holding on to the kid years. There's a silent age. Now, they would disagree, the teachers disagree that we are silent. We're not silent, but we're too stubborn to come out to these things, so I wanted to come out and speak on their behalf, but I can only speak to my truth. And what I do know is that throughout this meeting, people have brought up that maybe cuts to sports, cuts these other extracurricular things, but the thing is those things created the kids in the generation that are going to be in your seats. These coaches, directors that are behind me helped form me into who I wanted to be. They helped me create the goals that I wanted to be, create the characteristics that I wanted to be. I couldn't have done that in a classroom. I wasn't smart enough. They knew my GPA. I barely made it through high school. But I learned on the field, on the stage, doing extra service opportunities with them, and that's what I want to pass on to my kids. Whether I got to cut Netflix out for the rest of my life and do it, I will. Cut whatever expenses, pay whatever taxes. That's the sacrifice I'm going to have to make for my kids because they did it for me. And my dad did it for me. My dad was a farmer from Corinne, and he'll tell you all about it if you want to hear about it. But he sacrificed so that I could be here. He lost businesses. My mom lost a business in COVID. But they always continued to sacrifice for my education. They helped me get through college. I graduated with a degree in planning, landscape architecture and environmental planning. Now, there's been people that have said, we could cut costs here and cut costs there. But the problem with cutting costs is you cut the safety, you cut a lot of the things that are provided and the benefits provided in those things. So I understand it's a hard decision you guys have to make. But I would say confidently that there's a silent generation out there that would be behind this bill, that would want the education for their kids, and that would want the community that they grew up in to be as successful as it was when they were here. Thank you for all you do, and good luck.
The nice thing about waiting so long is I'm not nervous anymore, just sleepy. My name is Melissa Little. I teach at Century Elementary, and my husband teaches at Lakeview Elementary. We have 3 children who attend Box Elder schools. The tax increase you are proposing on top of the bond we're currently paying for is a large amount to ask, as we've heard many times tonight. I also know that you don't control the soaring building costs that have made this project go up, and I know that there are many needs that the school district is facing. In my own family budget, when there are more needs than available money, we prioritize what are the most important needs and do those things first. I have no problem with paying for a new elementary building in the north because I know the need is incredible for that school there. My reason for being here is that I disagree that moving 9th grade to the high school is also the biggest need. You have several old buildings in this district that need to be replaced, and those should take precedence over moving 9th grade to the high school. I know that you've moved portables at Lakeview to make way for more, and I'm so happy for that immediate, very needed classroom space. But it's not a long-term fix, it's a Band-Aid. There are several large subdivisions being built in Lakeview's boundaries. Just adding more portables becomes really hard as a teacher. When you have students going inside to use the bathroom or other needs, it becomes hard to make sure they are safe, as we've heard many times tonight. And overcrowding isn't Lakeview's only issue. The aging condition of the building is also a huge concern. This is also true for North Park and both middle schools. There isn't an overcrowding problem at the middle school. There aren't rows of portables there. Taking students out of there to send them to the high school isn't what people are asking for. We're concerned about the age and the condition of these buildings. Ignoring these aging buildings sends a frustrating message to the faculty and staff that work there daily. In my own experience, there are many days that my teaching is interrupted in some way because of the age and condition of my building. It's not even one that's being considered to be replaced. My fear is that you are raising taxes in a very large amount to move 9th grade to the high school now, but are you going to show up in a couple years asking for more money to replace these old buildings because there are issues that need to be immediately addressed? Waiting to move 9th grade there seems more serious. Waiting to move 9th grade until these more serious issues are taken care of seems like the more responsible thing to do with my tax money. When the bond failed, you sent out a survey of what people supported about the bond. If you look at the survey sent out after the bond failed, 64% and 62% supported getting rid of the unsafe, unreinforced masonry at the middle schools and elementary schools. 68% supported addressing overcrowding of elementary schools. This was a much bigger percentage than the reconfiguration of grade bands that only had 38% support. If you're listening to the people whose tax dollars are paying for the projects, putting 9th grade at the high school shouldn't be your first step. So I'd just like to say I support increasing my taxes. I know it's hard. I liked the ideas that several people have said that maybe you address that immediate need of the North Elementary and then you look at these other buildings maybe when the other bond falls off, because I know that people can't afford to pay this big thing all in one chunk. But please don't ignore the age of your buildings. It's really hard to work in them.
Is Connie Lemon here? Toby White. Oh, right. Ugh. Aaron Anderson.
My name is Aaron Anderson. I'm a lifelong resident of Box Elder County, graduated from Bear River High School. I appreciate what you do. I really do. I appreciate my own representative who takes time to talk. December 8th, 2021, I attended a town hall in Tremont about the River's Edge development plan, and the superintendent came up and did a little presentation. I was disappointed that we didn't have some Q&A, some interaction, because town halls, that's what it's about. It's about talking and figuring things out. 4 years ago, we should have put that in motion. People were disappointed and felt super let down by that when you just walked out, kind of like a mic drop. I was disappointed, and I felt like the public wasn't being heard the way it should have been. I've done a lot of research. Tooele just had one of these, 8% increase, same thing. We their average income per household in their county is $101,000 a year. Ours is just in the 70s for the average. We're way below that, and you're asking 37% versus 8% for a higher income area. That's crazy. Do we need some schools? Absolutely, we do. But there's better ways to do it. There's smarter ways to do it. And we can come together and find solutions. We need to work with our city leaders and our county leaders and you guys to bridge that gap and come up with some solutions. Even some of the people here, we're willing to help. We want to come up with something better that makes sense for everybody. Because honestly, putting this on these landowners that are renting properties, the people that are renting him, like this guy said a little while ago, they're paying for it. And they're barely making it in a lot of cases. So we're taking those kids in those homes and possibly making them homeless. Is that what we want to do? I don't think so. I think we're here to help everybody in a way that makes sense. I hope you'll table this. Just table it and let's have some conversations. If you want a committee, sign me up. I will help. I will do whatever I can. But we gotta work together and not do this to the taxpayers. I mean, you know, when 70% vote it down, that sends a clear message, There's a better way. We need to find that better way. And I hope that you'll table it. Thank you.
Just hold on one second.
We just wanted to make sure that the people on Zoom know that we're willing to read your comments if you send it in. The email address is heidijo.west@besd.net. We're just not going to go back to the Zoom for obvious reasons, but feel free to send us your comments and we will read them for you.
All right. John Powell, and then Shelley Bywater. We'll go there.
Hi, I'm John Powell. I just think, you know, the taxpayers voted this down, and a 37% increase is kind of ridiculous. I homeschool my kids, so I don't send them to the school, and I have to pay out all this money. The county gets a very small fraction of my money to maintain the county. The city gets a small portion, slightly bigger than the county. And then the pie graft, you're like 3/4 or more of it just for the school district that I don't use, that I don't like, because I homeschool my kids so I can protect them, get them the Christian education that they deserve. And it's just crazy that I have to pay for everybody else, all these fancy buildings, and it's just crazy. The city just forked out a bunch of money for a sidewalk that they claimed was going to cost $80,000. Well, when they got the bids back, it was $122,000. It's crazy. And then they accepted that like it was gospel instead of trying to find better bids. And I bet you guys do the same thing. And with all the engineering costs, it's crazy. Turn it over to the colleges and try to get them to design you up a building. It'll cost you half the money. Thanks.
Okay, we have an online from Morgan Palmer. It's going to be read.
My name is Morgan Palmer. I am a local business owner and I serve on PTAs in the Student Council in Box Elder County. I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed tax increase intended to fund wage increases for teachers. While I value education and the work our teachers do, this tax hike is not in the best interest of our community at this time. Many residents are already struggling with the rising cost of living, and adding an additional financial burden through higher taxes is unreasonable. The proposed increase does not guarantee improved outcomes for students and appears to prioritize salary increases over responsible budgeting and accountability within the school district. Our community needs fiscal responsibility and a focus on efficient use of current resources, not additional taxation. I urge you to reconsider this proposal and seek alternative solutions that do not impose further hardship on taxpayers. The way the tax increase decisions rely on you and not the taxpayers is unfair to you and all of us. Thank you for your time.
Put a timer, sorry. All right, Shelley?
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I don't have a lot to say. I've been listening to the messages that have been shared. I understand there's a need, but absolutely against having an increase of this size to our tax base, especially when the voters clearly said no. I was very frustrated when I got my tax statement, and I work at Northrop Grumman. I'm in leadership out there, and I have a lot of employees that probably, most of them are struggling. And so that's always my concern. I see how expensive it is to pay groceries, taxes on our property continue to go up. Our homeowners insurance goes up. We're going to get taxed out of our houses. Please reconsider, look at the options. I know there are things that need to be done, but there's a better way to do it than what's been proposed. So I just urge you to go take some time to do the right thing. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go with Crystal Lake, and then if Landon Hemsley, Russ Gillette, and then Annie Flint.
Sorry, my knee needs a little bit of lubricating. So it's my first time here. My husband and I have lived here in Brigham City for 5 years. And the biggest shock that we had was when we paid our property taxes for the first year, and we were like, oh wow, 2/3 of our taxes are going to schools that we're not using. We don't have kids, but we do care about children. So as I've been sitting here tonight trying to listen to both sides of the issue, it's been really interesting to see the duality. And maybe it's because we're limited to 3 minutes that people are very hardcore one side or the other. But it does seem to me that there is a middle ground. I don't think I've ever met anyone that said, I think teachers get paid enough, and I think that we have the best teachers in the best conditions. Sounds like most people want teachers to get paid enough. When I went to school, I was in portables. I was in really old buildings built in the 60s and 70s, and I'm fine. So while I do want kids to have good educations and have their needs met, I don't want my property taxes raised that much because I don't think it's a necessity at this time with everything that's going on. My husband was raised in a really bad situation, and if it wasn't for the teachers in his life, things would have turned out differently. So I understand that some of our taxpayer dollars go to help other children, hopefully in that situation, but we've already paid $10,000 in 10 years that we don't have our own kids, so hopefully we've helped some kids with that, but we do not want it to increase another 37%. I wish you could hear how loud it is in all the other rooms. And it tends to be the loudest on the more moderate opposition. So I do hope that you guys take all the good suggestions from people who speak better than me about going back and maybe getting the more important things like AC. I don't know about reinforcing the buildings. My house was built in 1957, so my kid would be unsafe at home and go to school and be safe for an earthquake, I guess. But I don't think any of us had that. I don't know that is really that needed, but I'm not educated on it. So I just wanted to put my very normal person vote in that I don't think that this is the best bill, and I do hope that you guys go back and come back with something that maybe speaks to people about what we're actually doing to help, because I did debate about voting yes or no on the other bill, and I did end up voting no just because I couldn't tell what it was going to. But if I knew, I might have voted yes. Thank you.
Landon, or are you Russ? Landon? Okay, you're up. Thanks.
Good evening. What an evening this has been. This has been quite the thing. Lots of things happened I don't think anybody expected. And I'm really grateful for the couple of minutes that I get to address the board. I would like to say, first of all, when I look at these tax increases, I don't look necessarily at percentages, I look at dollar amounts. And the dollar amount that shows up on my little tax slip here is something that I can afford because I am very fortunate. I am well educated, I am a professional, I make a really good income. Okay, I can afford the dollar amount on this bill. However, I want to recognize that there are more than however many hundreds of people are in this building are going to be affected by this. And some of them have spoken, but I want to speak on behalf of those people because I feel like in some respects they lack some representation. The first group of people I want to speak on behalf of is homeschoolers. We have heard a couple of people speak who are homeschooling their children. My children are enrolled in a charter school. We are in a hybrid program where the students, where my children attend 1 day of instruction a week, and the other 4 days of the week they learn at home. I have the utmost respect for teachers, but I think it's fair to say that the one teacher that I have the most respect for is the one I've been married to for 13 years, who sweats and dedicates hours of her time to educate our children. I will forever be grateful for the efforts that she makes. I think it's worth mentioning on some level why we have chosen to do that. We don't see value in public education to the extent that we are willing to enroll our students in the school district. We don't see enough value that the district provides for our family to justify that decision. That may not be a fun thing for you all to hear, but it is the truth. We find excessive value elsewhere, and we pay for this. We pay for this on top of the educational expense that we have to pay to get our children the value that we want them to have. So I only have 50 seconds left, so I'm going to very briefly do a thought experiment here. What if I decided not to pay property tax? Well, there's some gentlemen out there who are wearing body armor with police and sidearms and stuff. Maybe they're a city, maybe they're county, I don't know, but eventually somebody with a weapon would show up at my house and would evict me from the property that I purchased. I want you to remember, because taxation to me is and always will be a moral question. Whatever you choose to do, realize you are doing it at the end of a gun, and that the people, all of us here, do not have a choice. We do not get to choose. You guys get to make the choice. So make sure it is a good, moral choice, the right choice. I can't say what that is, but make the right choice.
All right, we're going to go, is Rush Gillette? Okay, we're going to go Annie, Flint, and then we have another online.
Good evening. I do not support this proposal, but I am very grateful for education and have been in it for many years. But I do not feel that it is necessary that the public needs to be taxed for this plan. While many new industrial buildings have tried to be implemented here in Brigham and throughout the county, there is not enough power to support huge businesses, as I have heard. Also, many developers are making millions of dollars for bringing in these high density and other housing developments. Look to the developers to foot the bill for increased population rather than the general public to cover these costs. Also, many of the members of our community do not have students attending any of these schools. This seems a little socialistic by making those who either choose to homeschool their kids, those who do not have children attending schools anymore, or those who don't have children attending schools yet, to pay for these costs. Additionally, I have seen many new schools in other counties who have portables included in their new builds to account for the ebb and flow of student populations. If portables are so unsafe here, why are they being installed in other counties? While this may be for the students, these students will be paying these bonds and more for the rest of their lives. Do we want that? And do they want that? Also, the Corinne School was sold and is now apartments. Where has the money gone from that sale? I have been raised to stay out of debt, to budget my finances and spend less than I make. And it is frustrating that I'm required to pay for an entity that does not seem to be wisely spending the money that they have, especially when they already are in debt. We as a people and many businesses and entities are required to manage our own financials in a smart, efficient, and savvy way. I believe that school districts can be creative to be efficient with their costs, both current and future. I know there are brilliant people involved with the school district and board. Please be responsible and moderate with the funds you already have, and be creative with what you can do to take care of these students, your staff, your buildings, without taxing the public more, who are already struggling and have little room within their personal budgets. I vote no for this proposal.
All right, Matt Finneran, online comment.
I agree that many of our schools are aging and could benefit from expansion and upgrades within the district. That said, I think there are alternatives worth exploring before jumping straight to raising everyone's property taxes, especially when the voters already rejected a bond last fall that would have funded these same types of projects. It feels concerning that the school board is now pursuing a different path that still increases our taxes and moves forward with their agenda, despite the public saying no. That's not how community representation should work, in my opinion. Some alternatives that could be explored that have been mentioned include renovation and repurposing of existing school buildings instead of building entirely new ones, phased projects that spread costs over longer time to ease the financial burden, state or federal grants, partnerships, or other funding sources that don't rely entirely on the local tax base, efficiency reviews and audits of district spending to identify wasteful spending and reallocate existing funds where they're most needed. I'm not saying it's easy. I know these projects are expensive and complex, especially with a growing population. But I believe we need more transparency and real community input before decisions like this are made. And when the public votes something down, it should be a signal to go back to the drawing board, not just find a workaround. At least these are my thoughts on the matter and your question.
Time out.
Last
I know.
one,
Just want to double check one other thing.
without exposing everyone to discomfort. Up next is Bryce Day.
Good evening, board members. My name is Bryce Day. I'm a resident of Perry, a father, a neighbor, and a fellow taxpayer. I do support this tax increase, not because I want to have my taxes hiked, but because state law forces lower tax rates unless a truth in taxation process happens. And yes, the term truth in taxation, I believe, is misleading. The Utah state law lets taxing entities automatically raise revenue when costs rise. Instead, tax rates have to automatically drop when property values climb. So local governments and other taxing agencies get the same revenue year over year unless they choose to claim more via this process. The cost of running schools, staff, utilities, transportation, all of it rises like groceries, gas, and housing. If your income stays flat while your bills grow, you cut back. That's what happens in the district every year, even though we have many who don't seem to be aware of that. In practice, truth in taxation isn't about truth, it's about loss by default. Rates fall unless overridden. The name hides the reality. We lose funding automatically, and we only get it back through this cumbersome process. Again, we're here because as a board, you have continually honored the lower tax urgings of many residents for years, letting the tax rate drop more often than not. Now we're cornered, faced with deep legislative cuts of ongoing programs, regardless of what our disingenuous legislators stated. You're not raising anything new, you're trying to return to tax rates of 2008 and 2009. I keep hearing year after year in my community, I want air conditioning in every school, but don't raise taxes. I want great teachers, but don't pay them competitively. I want a new building or a renovated building, but I'm not willing to pay for them. Nothing is free. When I was in school, my neighbors paid for my education. I pay for school when I didn't have a student. Now I do have a student and I pay for my child. And I will when I don't have kids in school to support my neighbors and my grandchildren. Again, nothing in life is free. That's the problem. I've heard lots of individuals wanting everything for free tonight. Over the years, you've listened, and now we're short. This isn't about greed, it's about waking up to the brutal facts of reality and acknowledging the trade-offs. Let's call this what it is. Truth in taxation isn't truth. It's default shrinkage of school funding. This hearing is our chance as citizens to support the restoration of what's lost, not ask for more. If you care about quality schools, fair pay, safe buildings, and teachers staying, then your vote matters. If you don't believe in paying your part to maintain our democracy, then be honest about it and accept underfunded programs. Thank you.
I believe we're at the end of the list. Unless there's anybody that we may have missed.
Okay. It's been 2 hours since the last 5-minute break. We will keep this. I'll set a timer this time. Or Keith, could you set a timer for us?
Yep.
We'll come back after that 5-minute break, and how this works now is a board discussion, which means a motion will be on the table. The board will have an opportunity to discuss that amongst ourselves. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're staying. Just know that discussion will be here amongst board members, and then a vote will be taken on that motion. So, and if one motion doesn't pass, then another motion is put forward and a discussion happens, and that's the process, right? So, thank you. 5 minutes.
Thank you.
His wife's
I've never seen him. He was out in the hall. Well, I wasn't there then.
Yeah, I think it came after he had been excused.
Celeste is pretty
No, that is not him. How much damage and how do we repair it with Senator Sanders and Senator Peterson? Is there anything I can say tonight?
I'm hopeful what I said, but that's what he's like.
I might just speak up to that if you can.
We appreciate you guys as a legislature, but I'll still say this is still a shelter. They like to pat themselves on the back. They don't like to do that. Keith and Tom and I are in a little bit of a chat. Tom was mad. Of course, Senator Sanders. That's terrible, right?
All right, let's get this going. All right, we ready to start?
Yeah.
You ready to start? It's time. All right, thank you. We're going to start the next portion of the meeting. I feel like I explained it pretty well before. Board members, do you have any questions on how that goes?
Just a question. You said that there would be a motion and then we discuss, but I've also heard that we don't want to discuss after the motion, so.
No, the policy states that the discussion happens after a motion has been made. After the vote, there is no discussion. Okay?
Are you ready for a motion?
I am if you are.
Okay, let's start this discussion. So I make the motion to approve the proposed budget for the 25-26 fiscal year, along with the certified tax rates and the 2025-2026 salary schedules as has been presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And now discussion to the matter.
Since I made the motion, let me give my reasoning here. And I understand and I am grateful for everyone that came and took the time to stay here late. I have received emails. I have received phone calls, texts. I've talked to people. And of my conversations and what I've seen here, I have had people for and against this proposal from all sides, walks of where they're coming from. I know that some people are upset, and I understand the burden. I don't take this responsibility lightly in any way. So, as such, I spent some time reviewing the concerns I received in emails. Many of them, there may have been something that was voiced here tonight that I didn't get in an email prior, but I think the basic things I received in an email were expressed here, the concerns were expressed here. And so as I've gone through my thinking process and my research and my studying and processing this for not just weeks, but months and years as a member of this school board, and what has the needs of our district and the ins and outs of what's going on. I've been hours and hours and hours of time spent trying to understand the complexities of the funding of education, the complexities of tax rates and property taxes and so forth. And so with that being said, I'm not going to read everything I wrote, but I would be happy to email, if anybody emails me, julie.taylor@besd.net. Some of you have already emailed me, others have not, but I will respond with this lovely document that I have spent time putting together with my perspective and why I'm voting the way I am. It does not mean I don't value other people's opinions. It does not mean I don't understand the concerns that people have. We just sometimes don't agree, and I understand that as well. So I was elected to represent my constituents with regards to the needs of education in our county. My first priority is and has always been to do what is best for students. I have taken the time to research, learn, and understand the complexities of the education system, funding models, and what our teachers and students need in Box Elder School District. If I were only here to represent constituents, I could send out an email every time a decision was being made and get a yes or no response and vote accordingly. The vast majority of people would not have the time or inclination to learn and study the matter or even take the time to vote and respond to me. It would be overwhelming and unproductive. We are asked to be representatives and take time to engage in community outreach, but also learn and discuss the laws, rules, systems, options, etc., that literally take hours each month to prepare for the board meeting where we make decisions. We all have families, and many of us have jobs and other responsibilities. We care about education, and that's why we serve. We all come with our own perspectives as well and sit as a board to counsel and learn from each other. That does not mean we all agree. We don't, and that's good. but we do respect each other and are each trying to do our best. When we make a decision, popular or not, we move forward in good faith. Public education has always been funded by public or taxpayers' money. Like many of you, I have a strong commitment to education and believe that investing in our children is one of the most important things we can do as a community, and that means money every year when property taxes are due. Not all will agree, I understand that. My perspective is that every student deserves a quality education with quality teachers, and it shouldn't be based on where you live or how much your parents or guardians can afford. There will always be inequities, and some students hit the birth lottery with the families they are born into and will be fine no matter what. But many, many students need help and resources that schools provide. Trusted, caring adults, structure, meals, and learning in a safe environment, to name a few. I believe it is our collective responsibility to do all we can to provide that. I recognize it is a sacrifice for many. I wish it weren't the case, or changes in the school law or things like that. But I've really tried to analyze the needs, the fiscal responsibility, and the long-term implications of our decisions. I'm sorry we don't always agree, but I can honestly say I'm doing what I think is best given the options we have. And that is why I support this proposed tax increase. We need to fund educators, and we have building needs that are not going away and are not being fixed. And like I said, I have more details and information that I'd be willing to share, but I don't want to take everybody's time just reading it now. So.
Is there any other discussion?
Yeah. I just want to start by saying, fellow board members, I, like each one of you, ran for this position because I care deeply about the quality of education within our district and the success of our students. I believe we all want what is best for our students, schools, and community. I thank the community members who have contacted me or have come tonight to share their thoughts regarding the proposed 37% school district increase. I believe one of my primary duties as an elected official is to represent the taxpayers, whose children and grandchildren these students are, and to hear their voices, and hearing their voices is essential to fulfilling that responsibility. Over the past several weeks, I have heard from 7 individuals in support of the increase and 92 who oppose it. And tonight, I've tallied 22 in support and 46 who oppose it. I also remember the voice of the people just 9 months ago when nearly 70% voted against the bond proposal that would have raised taxes approximately $20 a month, much less than the average $33 a month which this tax increase will force upon them. These numbers represent a clear message from the voters, and I take it seriously. One of my main concerns I've heard is affordability. Many residents are already working multiple jobs, living on fixed incomes, or struggling just to get by. A recent study done by the Bear River Association of Governments for our area, so this is just our area, highlights this reality. In the past year, 40% of respondents relied on free meals. 27% fell behind on rent or mortgage. 31% could not pay utilities in full, and 29% skipped needed medical care due to financial strain. Increasing property taxes by this amount will make those struggles worse. The burden will be even greater for renters and business owners. Unlike owner-occupied homes, rental properties and businesses are taxed at full value. Landlords will likely pass the increase on to their tenants, raising rent by an estimated average of $66 or more a month, over $800 a year, hitting low-income families and those in poverty the hardest. This is a far bigger financial burden than the school fees we worry about. Another big concern deals with the trust we will lose with the majority of taxpayers. If the board approves this increase, taxpayers will probably see it as bypassing their vote on the bond. I believe that this could lead to greater mistrust and taxpayers asking for legislative action to prevent taxing entities from raising revenue in this way in the future. Taxpayers already invest a great deal of money in our school district and are still paying off the bond that they previously approved. showing that they do value education. We should respect their efforts and not expect them to pay 37% more when they have already said no via a recent bond election by over a 2-to-1 majority. My plea to the board is simple. Respect the voice of the people. If the district has a different plan than what was proposed on the bond, take it back to the voters. Do not force this 37% tax increase on them. We need their trust now, and we will need it in the future. Many of our neighbors are already stretched thin, working extra jobs, skipping medical care, and struggling to pay for food and necessities. Tonight, we have the choice to ease their burden or to add to it. I cannot add to it. I will vote no, and I ask you to stand with the majority of people who elected us to be here and trust them when they say they can't afford this. Trust is the currency of leadership, and once it is gone, it is hard to get back. If the school board forces this nearly 37% tax increase after an almost 70% no vote on the bond, and the many taxpayers who have contacted us or have spoken tonight, that trust will be broken. Without taxpayer trust, future bonds, which are needed for this district's Phase 2 building projects, will fail. Voting no does not mean abandoning the district needs. It means ensuring the public supports them. Trust is our most valuable asset for every future project. Let's protect our credibility, respect the people's decision, and present a proposal they can support. That is how we can build a future of trust, success, and educational excellence together.
Is there any further discussion?
I would like to say something, President Summers. This is a difficult decision that we as the Board of Education have to make. I understand that no one wants their taxes raised, including myself. Totally get that, and I understand that. I also understand that we had a large bond that failed. It failed miserably. I understand that as well. But after that bond, we have to understand that we still have the problems. They didn't magically disappear because the bond did not pass. And we have to deal with those problems in some way. And we are elected as the Board of Education to do that, to deal with those problems, and in the best way we possibly can. So, looking at the survey results from the failed bond, I personally came to the conclusion that the voters didn't necessarily disagree with what we were proposing, but they disagreed with the amount we were asking to accomplish those goals. Since then, the board and many qualified educators got their heads together to see how we could accomplish our goals one step at a time, not in a big way like the bond, but one step at a time, to see what we could do for the students of Box Elder School District. I felt that the plan that is current now has been well developed. We have been discussing this, literally this plan. I've been on the board for 10 years. We have probably been discussing these type of things for a good 5 years, if not more. And I feel that since the bond, we have discussed it even more. A lot of people have gotten together to narrow it down to see what we could do to make this work one step at a time. And that's what I feel that we have done. And I feel that it is an amount that would be less taxing on the taxpayers, and that was felt a positive and not a negative. Because I did feel at first it was too much of a taxpayers, too much on the taxpayers, and this has lightened that somewhat. Not totally, but somewhat. As a board member, I feel it is my main responsibility to fight for the students of Box Elder County. That is why I was elected. We need to pay it forward. That is why I think that's so important, because there are men and women who sat here before us that paid it forward so that we could all be here in this room tonight. And we have to do that for the students today and for the future students. And that's why I am voting yes for this proposal tonight.
Brian Smith was called away for a family emergency, and he sent me a text. He cannot vote tonight because he's not here, but he sent me a text and asked me to read his statement. I say a prayer in my heart that his family that everybody's okay. As a board, none of us are benefiting from the increase in the taxes, and we are all going to pay more just like everyone else. Together with the district administration, we have been studying the best way to improve education and the education experience in the most efficient and best use of funds for several years. We have asked for community input and listened and considered that input in the plan. There are a lot of viewpoints, and we have to sometimes compromise what we want in order to be able to work together on solutions that impact so many. But our kids are worth it and deserve more than what they now have, which is overcrowded schools. And we need to be competitive to show our educators that they are highly valued and to keep great teachers in Box Elder School District. I support this plan because I value education and I care about kids. And again, that was Brian's comment. I guess I'll add my own, and I'm going to be brief because my fellow board members have expressed so much of what I believe to be true. First of all, Senator Scott Sandel and Representative Tom Peterson have always been good for us as a board to talk to and to work on legislation with. They are good men. The legislature has given more to education. It is our business administrator's job, his duty to us as a board and frankly to you as a public as well, to describe where those funds have to go, where they are required to go, because that's not just that's not a percentage increase that's at our discretion to use as we choose, and rightly so, right? There should be laws and guidelines as to how that our money is used, and we are audited every year by an outside source to make sure we are following those rules and regulations set by our legislator. We appreciate these men for the work that they do. We appreciate any time they go to the table for public education. And with that, I believe that public education is a core, important part of society. Some choose not, rightly so. It's our right to choose not to take part in the public education system. I'm supportive of that. I don't think that the public education system should be forced on anyone. And I understand there's a discrepancy in saying that and then expecting every taxpayer to pay for it. But without public education in our society and in our lives, the impact of that negatively to separate the classes from poverty to high class, we know the problems would just snowball. I have to support this. I have to support this because I believe in public education. I believe in our educators. And maybe if you were able, and I hope you choose to sit in one of these seats and see where how the money is used and where it's going, I would love you to have that chance and to be more involved. I'm glad for the comments about having that budget be more transparent and easy to find. It's always been there, but it is important that that's easy for everyone to see. I do not believe that these funds are being misused. These are honest individuals working hard for our school district, working hard for our professionals, and working hard for our kids. And I can stand behind that with everything I've got. And that's what I have to say.
Madam President, could I make some comments? Of course, you know by the nameplate and by being here tonight, my name is Steve Carlson. I'm the superintendent of Box Elder School District. This is my 9th year I've been here as the superintendent. And I spent 16 years previous to that in 2 other school districts as a superintendent, and another bunch of years before that as a building principal and 11 years as a teacher. And I'm in my 44th year. And obviously, I think if you look at me and you hear those numbers, you know that I'm in the twilight of my career. And it would have been easy to say, the bond got defeated, let's kick the can down the road and somebody else can worry about this. Worry about the kids at Box Elder School District. I did not have that in my character to just walk away and say somebody else is going to do it. So I've been working with the board, with my great leadership staff in Box Elder School District, and we have come up with this plan. I don't know how long it'll take, but Keith, would you get on BESD.net, our webpage, please? And earlier somebody mentioned how hard it is to find the budget. One of the things that I'd like to look at is the Box Elder School District policy, board policy. And if you watch Keith, he's very adept at this, and we'd be glad to help anybody. If you want, give us a call. We can get you to anywhere. And I know it takes clicks, and everybody that knows web pages knows it. And we're not trying to hide it. It just takes clicks to get there. What I'd like to say, though, before I point out what our board policy, the one I want to point out is that when each one of these folks are elected, and every time they're re-elected, they have to stand up at the podium and raise their hand to the square and vow that they'll uphold the United States Constitution, the Constitution of the State of Utah, and the Utah State Board of Education's rules and regulations, and the Box Elder School District policy. And when I was first appointed 9 years ago, I had to do the same thing. And so we take that very seriously. And everything that they're doing up here is legal. It's been a hard night. It's been a hard few months. The last thing we want to do is take money out of people that are, especially needy people's pockets. But I will ask Keith if he'll go to the very first policy in that. That's Article 1. That's the board's responsibilities. And look at 1010, the very, very first policy in our policy manual. And this has been there for years. And I'd like to read that very first paragraph. Promote education. The board has the legal power and duty to do all things necessary for the maintenance, prosperity, and success of the schools and for the promotion of education, and to exercise all powers given by statute. The board's legal powers and duties include the actions set forth in this policy, but are not necessarily limited to the listed powers and duties. And you can see in the blue, right underneath that, that's the Utah Code 53G4, and a little bit further down in there. Keith, if you wouldn't mind going up, still on this very first page. You get down to letter D. B is govern, C is adopt rules, D is levy taxes. And that's what they do on a yearly basis. Every year when they set the budget, they have to determine what tax to levy the local tax rate at. And every year when they select not to do anything, then it has slid down the last few years because the value in our county has gone up so much. And that, as many of you have said, that is part of the problem we are here. We've tried to take into account the fact that we wanted to pass a bond last year, so we didn't want to raise taxes for a number of years. Now we're left with no other option other than to kick the can down the road or do something tonight. And I'd like to say thank you to this board for being so diligent, the amount of time, the amount of meetings that we've had, just the amount of work that's gone into this, and the thoughtfulness and the amount of concern they've shared, about facing their taxpayers. I will say that one of my greatest number one responsibilities as the superintendent of this school district is the students. The number one responsibility is the students. I have to be there thinking about the students. And right close to that is our employees, because we know that if our employees are treated well, if they're compensated fairly, that they'll do the very best job they can for their students. So with that in mind, with the support of my leadership staff, we've proposed this tax rate increase in this budget. So I'd like to just let the board know that I'm supporting them 100% either way they go, because that's my job. So thank you very much.
All right. I don't have a prepared statement because up until yesterday and then again tonight, I really didn't know exactly what I wanted to do. But I do want to address some comments that were made tonight. First off, I want to thank Superintendent Carlson, Assistant Superintendent Keith Meekum, and Heidi Jo West. They were unfairly attacked multiple times tonight, and I greatly appreciate everything they do. They are the most deserving people of the salaries they earn, as well as our administrators. They work so hard, and I was in your seat 3-4 years ago. I didn't like what I was hearing, and so I ran for board, and now I am on the other side, and I am astounded every month by the things that they are dealing with and going through. I believe it was last month. They're kind of bleeding together at this late hour, but in one of our work sessions, we did present the leanness of Box Elder School District's district office. Out of 41 school districts in the state of Utah, we rank 40th in the amount of money that is spent at our district office on salaries. We spend 1% of our budget on our district office. Surrounding districts or like-sized districts, so meaning like districts like Provo, that are not near us geographically, but are like-size in student numbers, which is around 12 to 13,000, have 7 people in Heidi Jo's position. 4 to 7 in Keith Meekum's position. This leadership team wears so many hats. They work 50 to 60-hour weeks frequently, and they have for years, trying to get help with things for the bond, their regular duties, truth and taxation. They work really hard, and I want them to know how appreciated they are. A couple other things. So someone mentioned that it would be political suicide. I have no political aspirations beyond this board. I didn't know it would be this hard, and I don't want any part of any other city, council, board, anything. I'm grateful that I'm here and I'm learning a lot, and it has taken 3 years and I still don't fully feel like I understand everything, but I'm getting there, that I understand the budget enough, that I understand how it works and what our difficulties are. Okay, a couple more things, sorry. I know it's late. The survey that was mentioned and the people that said they were never contacted, I can't speak for the rest of the board, but our sincerest apologies. We had over 500 people volunteer to be on committees, and that is amazing. It is astounding. We did contact some, and we did meet with them, but it just is not feasible to meet with all 500. So I'm sorry if you felt like you weren't heard and you weren't being allowed to participate. I heard a lot tonight that it seems like we don't have a plan. And I will take this on. In one of the jobs of the president and the vice president is we meet with district leadership before board meetings and we set the agenda. And we determined that this meeting was about the tax increase, and we did not want to, we only wanted to focus on that. We didn't want to get in the weeds of the plan and grade configuration. So we asked Neil to stick to taxes. We have thought of plans. We have met so many hours for the 3 years I have been on the board to talk about the plans. And several months ago, we had 17 options that we reviewed. We have looked at so many different plans, and the reason we have settled on the one that is proposed tonight is because it is half of the amount we were asking for at the bond, but it will affect 50% of the students in our district. If we were to just build one middle school, because that is all truth and taxation would allow, because there are limits on how much we can raise the rate and how much we can generate from that. If we would only be able to build one middle school, and it's really difficult in our county when there's only two to pick who gets one first and then make the other one wait for another 15 years. And that would only affect, it would cost us $90 to $100 million, and it would only benefit the 1,500 students in that one school. That's a lot of money going towards only 1,500 students. This plan will benefit 50% of the students, or 6,000 students, because it benefits 3 elementary schools. If you're just looking at the ones that would be moving on the north end, losing portables, and then a new school. And then it would also benefit our middle schoolers and our high schoolers, in that they have facilities they need for CTE and they get less crowding in the middle schools. Last thing I want to talk about. So another thing that was mentioned was that we haven't planned out well. We haven't gotten bids from contractors, and that is false. Tiffany, Julie, and I sit on the facilities committee, and we have, with the district leadership and other members of the district office and some administrators, have sat for hours and hours interviewing contractors and interviewing architects and getting bids and reviewing RFPs. It is not a fun process. And we do it by state law. We follow the process that is required for RFPs by state law. The numbers have changed greatly since the bond failed, and multiple architects and contractors have told us that they have gone up $75 to $100 a square foot in these 9 months. So I know it seems like we're getting less done, and we're asking for more money per month, and that this is not what we hoped for. But I truly feel that waiting is not the right answer. And I want the taxpayers to trust us, and I feel that I was elected to represent the students, and I don't see how it can benefit them to wait. And that is why I will vote yes.
You don't have to comment if you don't want to.
Well, I don't want to comment. You know, I put more effort into this than saying yes to who I was going to marry. I got my answer and I went with it, and I've been very happy. And this, I have been back and forth and back and forth. I have met with anybody who was willing to talk to me. I have put on meetings, well, one. I have tried so hard to see both sides. Now, I'm new in this position 8 months. The reason I ran is because I didn't understand why they were voting the way they were doing. And, you know, it is incredible to see people saying you should take it back to the drawing board, try again, you know, do something different. And that's the hard part about this, is there is a really good plan. It's a really good plan. And I haven't heard a better one. And she's saying 50%. I would bet it's more, because in the north end, not only does McKinley, North Park, and the new school get affected, but then Fielding gets affected, and Garland gets affected, because we've got Garland people being bused to Fielding. We've got Thatcher, if you don't know, it's out there being bused to Garland. You know, we are not being, it is not, you guys want us to be fiscally responsible. I have tried so hard to come up with a better fiscally responsible plan. And I'll tell you that deep down, this plan is so much better for our communities. And you might not agree. I have heard all the people, not all probably, But I have heard a lot also that support this because they can see that this isn't working. We're talking about Band-Aids and Band-Aids and Band-Aids, and you're saying, go back to the drawing board, wait one more year, try to take it back. And I think I don't think we can go back to bond right now because we can't wait one more year to do bond, and if it fails, then we have to wait another year and another year, and by then it's just, then you can't, it's so much more expensive. So you might not agree, and this is why I didn't want to say anything, because it just makes me, I'm not a confrontational person, and I want to make everybody happy, which I'm probably not in the position I should be in, but I really have put so much time in hearing concerns. I have taken concerns to our district leader and gotten the answers and replied to people trying to get all the answers for the concerns. And as much as I do, it doesn't seem to do much. One frustration I have felt is that people will say, well, you've already decided. Well, I can guarantee you I hadn't decided. It's not that easy, but how long have you guys decided that you're against this? Did you come to this meeting knowing you were already against it? Are you open for this option? Because it has been really hard to figure out a different plan. And I will say too, I've been going to meetings and trying to figure this out and doing it in a better way, a cheaper way. But every time you put it off a little longer, it just gets more expensive. It's just gonna be more out of your pockets. And I feel like right now, if we just lock it in, do it now, get it over with, then it's better. And then we can move on to the next project. We're set up for the future. I don't know. I am sorry if you don't agree. I wish you did, because it'd make it so much easier. But I will say that the leadership team, as I've met with them, say, this is what we suggest, this is what we promote, but you need to make the decision yourself. So I will say I do not feel like I was coerced or forced or anything. I feel like I came to this conclusion on my own. And I would ask that if you don't know the specifics of this plan, to maybe reach out. I'm happy to email you all of my pros and cons. I have been working so hard on this, and so have these guys. And it's just so hard. Anyway, I'm tired. I need to go to bed. So I'm going to say that's it, and that's why I'm voting the way I am.
Before we have a vote, thank you. I want to add just my agreement to, especially to Danielle's comments about our district leadership team. They earn every penny of their wages. They are educated. They're professionals. They have done their time as teachers and building administrators. They know their stuff. They can answer any question. At any moment, I can turn to them or call them, and they'll give me the facts. They'll give me the numbers. They'll give me whatever information I need to make an informed decision. So when we represent you as a board, I want you to know that these people make sure that we represent you with knowledge behind the decisions we make. They give it their all, and they have done for how many years, Superintendent? 44 years. Thank you. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I would have hated for this night to go by without that backing from me, and at least. Public education, whether you decide to use the what is there for your children or not, is the backbone of our society, and I'll stand behind that every day. It is crucially important, in my opinion, only third to strong families and my faith in a Savior, Jesus Christ. And I'm sorry if I shouldn't have mentioned that here. I don't care. It's just how I feel. Thank you for your input tonight. Thank you for this process. I feel like we are ready for a vote unless there is more discussion to be had. Okay.
Wade Hyde, yes.
Karen Cronin, no.
Julie Taylor, yes.
Tiffany Summers, yes.
Danielle Wright, yes.
Stephanie D. Phillips, yes.
We have adjourned. We have.
Shame on you! Shame on every one of you! No, go away. I'm going away, but they need to hear my voice too. Away. Shame on every one of you.
What needs to be done?
Go away.
That. So the motion was for, just to be clear, the motion was for the approval of tax rates and the approval of employee salary schedules. So seeing that we have accomplished everything on our agenda, we are adjourned.
I don't really want me coaching that team. Oh, I get it. It's hard. I get it. Holler if you need anything, because some of those kids that I had, right? Yeah. Should be good. We've only got a couple of them. The OGs, really Cannon's the only one that Tyson. At least in the fall, it's like Peyton would probably be the other one that's played the longest. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah.